Hey, Belly.
Huh?
Tell your boss that I just arrived.
Hey, show a little respect, you little thing, okay? To you, I'm Mr. Stomach.
Whatever you say, Mr. Little Belly.
Hey, boss, here's a sugar that says he wants to talk to you. Is it true?
Yes, let me talk to him.
Are you sure, boss? There are already several of them today.
You don't have to worry about it. Let me talk to him.
Okay, boss. You are the boss. Hey, small intestine. Okay, here comes another sugar, and careful, because this one's a character.
He's already here, man.
Hey, to be a small intestine, you look pretty fat, buddy.
Look who's talking about fat, man. Okay, raise your arms. Look at the dark spot.
Eh?
Okay, boss, here's another fool on the way.
Booyaka!
Hey, finally. Come, let's get on with it. We don't have much time. Chop, chop.
Oh, we're looking forward to it. What will you want? More cortex or more frontal lobe, boss?
Lobe, goat. Go for the lobe.
Are you ready, boss? Here we go. Enjoy it.
Dopamine, leading me to happiness. Take me away from reality. Dopamine makes me fly as high as I can.
Zoinks, our time is up. That's it. Go. I have to keep working.
What? But if I haven't finished, boss, where the heck do you want me to go?
I don't know. To the liver, for example.
What? More sugar? Don't they see that I'm so full of fat, for God's sake? Hey, Pancreas Daddy, release insulin, my man.
I'm releasing to the limit, but it doesn't want to hear me. It seems to have some resistance.
So nice. And so, we're sitting all day on the computer, aren't we? Well, no way. To the storage. Oh, God. And now where the heck am I?
Welcome to the abdominal fat deposit, my friend. Nobody wants us here, and yet nobody takes us out.
If you liked it, hit the like button and subscribe to see.
Gotta choose the wolf or the lamb. Get shot down by a pig in the street. Why do niggas gotta beef when it's a whole lot of hell? Alright? It's a hole in the dam. They can't flood Merc, so they shoot down gangs. Merc fly high, baby, Merc won't die. I don't see nobody here that can shoot down planes. It's like I shoot down veins. You're turning everybody in the hood to an addict. You live 6th grade to a bully with a habit. Cause I'm a switchblade or a fully automatic. Let's go. It's only 2 ways out. Don't ever try to sit or think of running cause you can't go. It's only screaming die while you running out of tank. Oh, it's screaming try bitch while you running out the bank. Cause my click don't take. I'm probably in your range getting praying with the semi. The hoe act right like she came with it in me. She want black pipe cause she came with the Remy. Ain't no pain even in me. You probably wouldn't know where I blow back cause it's 5 knockouts when it's 5 cops out. Or it's 5 shots out from the big bad wolf. Better bitch gon' say that my click don't play. I do a clip in the cave and I'm probably in your range getting brain with the semi. Better bitch gon' say that my click don't play. I do a clip in the cave and I'm probably in your range getting brain with the semi. Better bitch gon' say this is the only way I know to handle this. A whole lot of guns and a whole lot of cannons.
What's going on? Screw 2. Shots out and shots against and shots at Screw 2. But shots out to you, Carbon Babies. This is your melanated warrior. Hey.
Grandest sisters, I'm so glad you guys are in. What's crazy, I was actually live for like 30 minutes and it would not come up on the YouTube. It was so weird. I had to go out and start this live over. So I apologize for being late, guys, but I definitely want to go over this video of this gentleman that I happened to run across last night. Awesome information, confirmation, of course. It's always like just be so crazy. So I'm just ready to get into it because the build was awesome. And yeah, let's go.
This is another installment of Facts Over Feelings. Leave your feelings at the door so we get to the facts.
I know that's right.
Facts are the only things that matter. So
That's right.
see, I'm gonna look at this chat a little bit.
We're gonna fast forward a little bit, guys. I want y'all to hear that little song. That little song was fire though. But he talks a lot in here, so
Wait, because I'm getting a delay. Okay.
Let's get to the business.
We'll say this all the time. Just because they name something does not mean they know what it is. Just because they can name something, they do not. That does not mean that they know what it is. And matter of fact, what you do to add insult to injury is that you marginalize the concept even further by people oversimplifying it. You know, in the court of public opinion, most people associate water with just something that's everywhere. I drink water every day. It just is what it is. You know, I do my best to do this, that, and the other. Sugar, oh yeah, you know, I try to limit my sugar outtake and my sugar intake, etc. You know, try to stay healthy and all. You're about to see how deep this is about to go.
It's about to get real deep.
Phenomenal. I mean, this is like we said, we're redoing some of the segments. We did this before earlier and was, you know, it was entitled "It's in the Water." But I'm gonna show you how we're about to expound on these things and how we're about to have one hell of a damn live. This is about to be. I'm telling y'all, you know, they're missing out. But we're gonna continue to keep building this channel, and trust me, it's only gonna continue to keep getting better.
Yes, y'all definitely got to sub to the brother. I'm gonna drop the channel in a minute.
Into it
after we get into the build, this shit so fire. Let's go, young man.
In laying this groundwork, I want you guys
Please,
to understand.
y'all want to make sure y'all pay attention to this video.
How profound this entity
if you can.
You really have to see, in order for us to transform, in order for us to truly understand that the bridge from the natural to the supernatural is the natural matrix. But we first have to humble ourselves and realize we know nothing about our surrounding environment. We know nothing about this grand elixir. We know nothing about it. So let's get into, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. We're about to bring up, we got a few articles that we're about to bring up, you guys. So, you know, bear with
Keeping in mind what he's saying. He's talking about water. It's in the water. He's saying we don't know much about this body of water. We talk about certain things with the water because, you know, your body's composed mostly of water. And this is how they're able to make these different changes within you alchemically, because there's a easier process with water because it does hold memory and things. But he's going to get into a few things. I'm going to try not to stop it, but he goes into so many things that I'm going to have to, but I'll do it as least as possible. Let's go.
Me and stuff, but I mean, it's necessary. It is definitely necessary.
Definitely necessary. Here we go, man.
The Weirdness of Water. I believe this was written by Rachel Brazil, 6th of April in 2020. Let's see if we can pull this up. See if we can pull this up. So I'm gonna share my screen, you guys, and we're about to get into it. As you can see, this is Chemistry World. All right, Chemistry World. The Weirdness of Water by Rachel Brazil, 6th of April, 2020. The Weirdness of Water. We're just gonna read a few of these things. Just like I said, we're gonna go through some of these articles. We're just gonna take out the most important points here. All right. It says, can we explain the strange properties of water by thinking of it as two different liquids? Rachel Brazil dives into the ongoing debate. All right. Scroll down here. Okay. It talks about how, hold on one second. I think I went down a little too far. Okay. Now check this out. I want you guys to understand this. This is huge. This is huge. Check this out. Water, the most commonplace of liquids, is also the strangest. It has at least, now think about this, brothers and sisters, it has at least 66 properties that differ from most liquids. High surface tension, high heat capacity, high melting and boiling points, and low compressibility. One school of thought is that water is not a complicated liquid, but two simple liquids with a complicated relationship. For some, this statement contradicts the basic principles of physical chemistry. For others, it explains just why water behaves in such an anomalous way. Now, this is deep. Now, first of all, I remember y'all have to, you know, if you grew up around those who did, you know, those of you guys who did grew up in the 80s, was an 80s baby, just like myself. You grew up in, you know, used to, especially when Gatorade and all these other fruit juices would come out, or electrolyte drinks and stuff will come out. They would advertise it as being better than water. Hydrates your body better than water. And see right here, this is why, like I said before, this is what's so dangerous about their science, is that you know, they can do whatever that they want to do. And this becomes the world view of people when it comes to water, like it could be replaced. Nothing could be further from the truth. As it stated, it has at least 66 properties that differ from most liquids. 66 properties that differ from most liquids. You cannot replace water at all. At all, brothers and sisters. That's what we have to understand. So really, if you delve into this article, really what this, what she does is she interviews these scientists who are going back and forth, and they're talking about the anomalies in water. Obviously how we're not going to be able to delve deep off into water and what it really actually is until we start thinking outside the box, right? And so, this guy who's a scientist, who's mentioned in that article, he talks about how, it doesn't make sense the way he's explaining it to his colleagues, but water does not make sense. You have to understand that at the molecular weight, here it is, brothers and sisters, at the molecular weight that water is at, it's not even supposed to be a liquid. They are gases heavier than water that are still gases. Okay, that's just how phenomenal this water is.
And remember the experiment we did with the red mercury. Remember the weighing of the mercury. All of these things in capacity to the periodic table and a couple of other things. We'll get into that a little further in the video, but I just want to mention that.
All right. So when we remember, we already got to set some groundwork. We have to dispel some myths, because a lot of people walk around here thinking that they understand things about water, but this is called the illusion of intelligence. So understand this, knowing that water, just because they got the recipe to it, H2O, they can't make it. It's, even though it's you see it as
it's not liquid, H3O.
It's an anomaly, because at its molecular weight, it should still be a gas. They call it the weirdness of water, like it's a great mystery. Right? So if you are 70% water, but remember, you're only as much water as you drink. But let's just say, just for the sake of argument, you're 70% water because you drink a lot of water. You drink a lot of pure water, right? So your body's 70% water. 70% of you is identified as a mysterious substance that science cannot explain. 70% of you is identified as a mysterious.
And he talking about you, 70% of you, forget you. Shit, what about the earth, right? What about the world in itself, right? The whole entire environment. We know that the earth has the exact same components as the physical body, because the body of the earth is the same thing as the body is your physical body, right? It's one and the same. We are, okay, we don't get into that. For those that don't, stay focused on the information. But what I will say is that the earth has the same composition, more than 70% water in this composition. So when you're thinking about these things he's talking about, we're going to get deep into it. Thinking about the children of the sun, and something we were talking about the other day, it came to mind when it comes to the umbilical cord and bringing up the invisible equator upon the belly when a woman is pregnant, right? That is the same thing that we're going to be talking about. I want you guys to keep all these things in mind on things that we have been viewing over the last couple of days and reading. Let's go.
Mysterious substance that science cannot explain. See, this is one thing that you're going to realize. You're going to realize that it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard to change your outlook once you understand that things that you interact with are majestical. When you rename it, because this is all spell work. And we're about to get deep off into that. This is all spell work by them. This is why I say that this is extremely important. So when people come to me and they say, oh man, it seems like you a little bit too on them, and you seem you're paying too much attention, it's because the science is what's deadly. We need to stop thinking of racism in terms of individuals who interact with each other in a hostile way, but instead look at racism as a system that is propagated through the science by scientific bodies. That's what we have to think about. This is why it's so deep. All right, we're about to go to another article. I'm about to share another article with you guys.
Just for it a bit.
Just to say, water is the most mysterious substance on earth, and science has a new explanation. This is by Jessica Wapner on the 5/16/2018. Okay. Now check this out. This is what's deep. It says, despite our utter dependence on it, water is a mystery. Scientists don't understand why it expands as it cools, why hot water turns to ice faster than cold water, or its extraordinary surface tension, which allows it to cling to soil and support insects. It's almost like water is trying to hide its secrets, said John Russo, a mathematician at the University of Bristol in England who thinks he may have figured one out. It says, let's go down just a little bit because we're going to read the key points. This is what he says. He says that the conclusion was surprising as their subject. You should really think of water as two separate liquids mixed together, says Russo. The difference between them, the hydrogen bonds holding the molecules together. In one, four are arranged in an organized symmetrical tetrahedron, a pyramid with four faces. In the other, the pyramids are disordered and interconnected. Water, it seems, is equal parts order and chaos. A
Pyramid.
Result for Earth's most valuable resources.
Energy, pyramid, energy. When you hear that, just think.
The shape of water in chemistry, you understand, you learn something about is the geometric shapes that these that they make, right? That these molecules make. So water, the molecular structure makes a tetrahedron, a four-sided pyramid. You see what I'm saying? So then when you go back and you think about your brothers and sisters over in Egypt, you understand and you recognize why they made these pyramids or put these pyramids next to the Nile.
Energy,
you
current.
See what I'm saying? And also side note, did you know that the Nile was originally named Kemet meaning dark? The Nile used to actually, when it would flood over and deposit all those nutrients, it would be jet black. It would be jet black. A lot of people don't know that Kemet was the name used first for the Nile before it was used for the
which
land.
is the Black Sea.
Kemet was used first for the Nile before it was used for the land.
The Black Sea.
All right. Oh man, we about to go, man.
The Black Sea. The Black Sea. We're gonna get even deeper. When they keep talking about this damn these oceans, right? All right, pay attention. We're gonna. Let me not. I think I'm going farther than what I should be. Let's go.
What we're doing is showing you that the natural matrix is the bridge from the natural to the supernatural. But right now, what you have, and because we made this Blanco God, the natural, the supernatural, the bridge that we see for the supernatural seems to be AI or artificial technology.
Pay attention.
Think to yourself and be logical about this.
Listen.
And how can artificial technology be greater than natural intelligence?
How can
it's artificial? It's basically a reverse engineering of nature. Okay.
EMO.
How can artificial intelligence be greater than natural technology? The answer is that it can't.
Period.
And so we're showing you that don't get too caught up in what you see artificially because they want you to. They want you to disarm yourself. They want you to think that is the bridge from the natural to the supernatural. When in reality, the bridge from the natural to the supernatural is the natural matrix. Okay, so first of all, just to kind of hit on or to bring out what I was saying, let's go. I mean, because I want to get a lot of these articles out the way to talk about it though, because like I said before, we want to show you the articles so that way when you're researching these things, you can just pull these articles up, right, and show people, because I got this, I got it all locked in the brain. But the problem is that people just don't like, and then that's not true, that's not true journalism, right? That's not true scholarship if we just sit back and hide our sources. So like we said, when we light this so everybody can see, not just the ones who
I thought he was going to get into that, so let me say this real quick. When people talk about the sea, right, when it comes to water, great bodies of water, thinking about a body is what? A spirit, a soul, or energy, right? And everything that water is, it's memory, it holds energy, it holds currency, so on and so forth, right? So water being a direct connection to current, right? Water is a connection to current, it's a connection to the sea, right? And I'm going to explain this. There's a difference between an ocean and a sea, right? The difference in the terms being that the seas are a lot smaller than the ocean. An ocean is a natural body of water. Seas, right? Now you think about it, the Holy See, the sea, the maritime law, and oh my gosh, I can't think of the name of it, y'all. I'm sorry. But the maritime law, right? you're operating under the water. You know, it has to do with the flow of currency on the water, which is maritime, which it ties back into the specific laws, right, that go against nature, is what he's saying, right? Now, a sea, they're smaller than oceans. No sea is larger than an ocean because oceans are original bodies of water. Sea is not. Sea is man-made. A sea and the sea are usually located where the land and the ocean meet. So the land and the ocean meet, and then the sea is located there. Thinking about the colonization, thinking about the reconstruction, and the certain things that have gone on to move landscaping, or um, the land in creating or reconstructing of lands, reconstructing of continents, moving and sending water to certain areas, creating bodies of water under a sea, a current sea. Oh my gosh, I hope y'all get this. Moving the bodies of water under the current sea and putting it under another sea, taking it from the organic or the natural to a GMO water body, right? That GMO water body promotes and it is extended for trade and for commerce and for currency that is used and utilized through the subjugation of the maritime law. So thinking about those things, the water and the seas being unnatural. A sea is not a natural thing. Oceans are natural, lakes and things. Some lakes are created from the oceans as well, and some are natural lakes and bodies of water, but a lot of the seas are formatted because seas are found on the margins of the ocean. Why would a sea be on the margin of the ocean? And they're partially enclosed by a particular piece of land. As I said, the landing on Plymouth Rock, these are all done on the edge of the ocean because of the landmass and having a place to go and dock. The sea being a part of the, oh man, I think I can't even explain it much better than that, guys. That's the best I can do, but let's go.
Call themselves or claim themselves to be leader or present themselves in the leadership role. So let's go to this just so that you understand, just so that you know exactly what I'm talking about, brothers and sisters, because you have to know that this is actual science. A lot of times when brothers and sisters talk, especially those who are, have the responsibility of uplifting and raising the consciousness of the community,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people just say, okay, one, where's your sources? And two, he's just talking. I need a little bit more than that. So, of course, we always have the receipts too as well. We're not going to do that because we know how people are. Any excuse to stay in that old mindset, right? But we're here to tear down that conventional framework. So let me show you.
Oh no, what you talking about, Kelly? She said, I remember the Malaysian flight disappeared. The news broadcast showed a violent place where all the waters converge. I don't know. Okay, I know what you're talking about, sis. That you're talking about that plane that disappeared more recent, right? And you said they showed a violent place where all the waters converge. That would be the Bermuda Triangle, I believe you're talking about. But I'm not really sure, sis. You might have to pop up to explain that. I'm sorry. I'll drop the link, or you could just decipher the information in the chat for me real quick so I can get what you're talking about. Unfortunately, dear, I don't understand. So just make it a little clear for me. Halito, darling, even Star Force have deeper meaning and people know about them. Yes, definitely. All right, let's go, y'all, because this video, I'm going to go to a few.
Let me give you another source. Let me give you another source. Hold on. We're talking about molecular geometry. We're talking about that these, the shape that water takes on is a pyramid. The shape that water takes on is a pyramid. This is profound. You see, so that's letting you know that the ancients knew about this, right? It's just not by chance.
The
that they have
water
these
is
pyramids
what?
by bodies of water.
Memory. Water is memory, which holds what? Current, which also holds information. The pyramids all being built, they say what? The pyramid by the Nile. All the pyramids are by great bodies of water, because the water's construct and actually bringing in the structure of proper currency, right? That's very important. Make sure you're paying attention, guys. Let's go.
Water. Just not by chance that they had these pyramids by bodies of water. Okay, they totally understood
Oh, you
the,
good?
the
You ain't
shape
interrupting.
that water
Y'all
would
always
take on
good.
as a pyramid. Remember, pyramid
That's
means
right.
fire,
Admiralty.
middle, fire
Right.
in the middle. We know that water, like one of its 66 unique properties, one of it is to be able to hold and retain heat or electricity or radiation. We know that it's a million names for these things, but remember, like the great Dr. Ray Hagan said, he said that they would tell different things to different people about the same thing. All right, the compartmentalization of information parading around as a holistic worldview is the problem with us, because we have been individuals who have been subjected to the K through 12 mind fuck. So it's totally understandable.
That's right.
But this is the primary reason why you have things like the FOF squad or platforms like the FOF squad, so we can undo the mind fuck. Because we about to get into it. Remember, the first one to the mind is the winner.
That's right.
The first one to the mind.
Y'all already there. Y'all already won.
So
Y'all
now
already
that you know
won.
that water
Y'all
is this mysterious
already
substance. Now that
won.
you know they got the recipe for it and they can't duplicate it. This is one of the reasons why I'm a big advocate about making sure that you get filters. Making sure that you get filters, making sure that you do your best. Spend your last on this, because this is, like we said, this is nothing, truth is stranger than fiction, don't get me wrong. But this is nothing complicated.
Come on.
When people continue
He
to
like
keep
me, he
talking
can
about all
talk.
the
Oh
routes
my
that you
gosh,
have
I
to
want
take
him to
to
say a lot, but I want him to get to this, because this is a 2-hour video. We can't do the whole video. Hold on. Get to it, brother.
Hating is what they're doing. All right. Now we're gonna start it off at the 41 minute mark. 41 minutes and 50 seconds. All right, is what we're gonna start.
I'm gonna mute up. Pay attention, guys.
Okay.
That's right, Israel. Vibration, sequence, frequency. All of this is vibration, sequence, frequency, memory, energy, current, currency. All of that is, yeah. Let's go.
And is a system poison? These are all validated by scientific data.
We have in America today all of the symptoms of hypothyroidism, obesity, heart disease, neurological impairment.
I have been very sick. I was diagnosed with hypothyroidism about 10 years ago. There was no family history in my background that explained why I had this thyroid illness.
What were some of your side effects?
Feeling very cold, hair loss, concentration issues. It really controls your metabolism. So I had gained about 10 to 15 pounds, which is very unusual. I was very athletic my whole life and never was overweight. So I gained weight. I was sleeping a lot. Again, your metabolism is tuned down. Doing the research, fluoride is an irritant to your thyroid. Your thyroid wants iodine. And if it doesn't get iodine at the concentrations that it needs, then it gets whatever is closest that you're providing in the environment. If you look at the periodic table, you see that fluoride, chlorine, bromine, and iodine are all in the same column. That means they have very similar electronic structure and reactivity.
Hold on, I want y'all to see that again. Hold on. Let me go back real quick.
When you're not giving
okay.
Fluoride is an irritant to your thyroid. Your thyroid wants iodine.
Now watch this table. I'm going to show you something.
Iodine at the concentrations that it needs, then it gets whatever is closest that you're providing in the environment.
Look, fluoride.
You see that fluoride.
Listen. I'm sorry. It's too big to go in all of. So it has fluoride. Oh my gosh, I can't think of the name of it. The Cl, the bromine, and I think it's aluminum and something else is coming up. Iodine. Listen, I want to make a point. Okay, now they have similar electronic structures. Now look at the way that they're going. Hold on, I want y'all to see this. Oh my gosh, I just did that. Okay, let me see. Is this it? No, gotta go back up here. Hold on, I want
you understand, or when you have a fundamental approach
to
all of these things.
Where did it go?
And like we said, being adept at the fundamentals.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue to keep looking at this documentary for a second.
Hold on. Hold on.
does, it causes minorities, especially lactose
Damn
intolerant
it.
minorities, to suck up lead like a
Y'all can
sponge,
see that?
end
I
up
got
with learning
you.
disorders, and be imprisoned for violent crimes. That's
Okay.
And also remember,
Let me pause it because I can't find it now where she was saying where it was showing the table. So in the table, fluoride being the highest, which means it has the highest energy frequency, right? The highest vibration. Fluoride, the other one, Lord, the Cl, and then going down to the bromine and then the iodine. So the iodine is the lowest and the fluoride is the highest. Iodine is what you need, which is most sufficient, and the fluoride works against you. It actually is a killer of your pineal, right, of your third eye. So we know that fluoride is detrimental versus the iodine. It helps promote the health in the body. Those in between, each one is a level. So when you see that going up that scale on a periodic table, the fluoride is the highest, which means that the molecules of water that we have in our body, right, it can attach easily to that. It can it just, the water pulls in the aluminum, the aluminum, barium, all those things that she was just talking about, the fluoride, the Cl, and the bromine, aluminum, right? All these things are pulled in and they're able or easily to be attached because of the fluoride, because the fluoride has a high vibration. So now it's the magnitude that is pulling in a certain energy, right? So with that certain energy that's being, I don't know, I can't, Kelly, I don't know what to do. Is the thing is all the way up, sweetie. I got it all the way up. Like I'm literally all the way up. But so what it's doing is it is sending the energy or the frequency or the magnetism to pull energy. So now when you're going to be actually pulling in those things, the things that aren't good for you, just because they have a higher frequency and vibration, because you are a water, and the water, and you are water because you are mostly water, and the water attracts these things. Let's go. Hold on 1 second. I think I got a little off track, guys. I'm sorry.
Cause everything from
Hold on, let me go back.
shown us that fluoride is not working, but it's very toxic to you and can cause everything from cancer to depression. So, yeah, it's a serious issue.
Fluoride is obviously not for everyone.
We've now found out
She's not for nobody. Shit.
can harm babies.
Yeah.
We also know that it's been admitted that there are other groups that can be harmed by fluoride.
The Center of Disease Control in the 2005 report indicates that Black Americans and Mexican Americans had a higher rate of dental fluorosis than white children.
There is a gene that African Americans have too, and so their intestine is grabbing the lead with both hands, and then the Hispanic kids just have one, so they're just grabbing the lead with one hand. The Caucasian kids don't have either one. The lowest level of lead is actually in the Caucasian kids, and then Hispanics up 400%, and the African American.
Okay, somebody said the volume was too low. I'm gonna turn that. Okay, let me replay just a little bit of that then, because you guys got to hear this. All right, I turned it up just a little bit. Let me know if
What this guy's saying, just to understand, you know our compositions are different. This is very much proof of that as well. When he explains this, he's going to explain how YT people don't have the level of that structure to be able to pull that in, which would be the copper. I'll just say that the copper in the body that actually has a certain energy that on that periodical table that would pull these things in. So this is why we get high levels of lead, high level. They always checking you for lead. Oh, let's do a lead check. You go try to get some wick or something like that. Let's go do a lead check. This is all because we pull in more of the lead just because of our makeup, and because of that, because we have the water structure for the pyramidal, I'm not saying it right, like a pyramid structure of the water that is formed within us. We actually have a different structure because our DNA is different. There's 9 ether strands, right? So those 2 strands that they don't have, they're not pulling that in. They're not pulling in those metals because they don't have the composition in their body to even pull these things in, or the magnetism or the energy. Let's go.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for a second because
there is
there's
a
delay.
gene that African Americans have too, and so their intestine is grabbing the lead with both hands, and then the Hispanic kids just have one, so they're just grabbing the lead with one hand. The Caucasian kids.
That's right.
So is that volume pretty good right there? Because I want you guys to hear that. You can't miss out on this.
Yes, very important.
All right, so that volume was okay. So we just gonna go back just a little bit. Once again, sorry about this, you guys. Yeah, but It's really loud on my end. So I mean,
Right,
obviously,
that's how I
the
feel. But
speaker
let's go,
system is
bro. Let's go. Let's go.
consumed, then you must know that these are nothing more than acts of war. So, like we said before, racism needs to be taken out of this idea where it's boiled down to, individuals who just have disagreements with one another, names being called, or somebody treated you wrong at a restaurant. No, we're talking about a system that is in place that has been backed by a fraudulent science, because that science in and of itself is merely just being used as a weapon for those who are in a pursuit for world domination. That's what you need to know. So we're going to show you how they weaponize water. We're going to show you how we're already showing you how they weaponize
We
water,
already
right?
know,
And
but
we're showing you that even though you think that the water's clear, what happens is this
let's get it.
fluoride begins to make these bonds.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you don't have pure water or water that's in a state where it
And the fluoride is making the bonds because what? They're releasing the nanoparticles, remember? The Morgellons and nanoparticles that are released into the air. So now, because of your structure and being able to have those, that influx of water that has the memory and the current and the energy, these things are drawn to you. These things are drawn to you. The aluminum barium that's in the sky and the nanoparticles, the fluoride, all these things are drawn to you because of your energy. You are a sun child. You are a child of the light. The plasma that I keep telling you guys that's in your blood, that plasma light energy, right? That same energy is the magnetism for these things, because the energy flow is gold, like liquid gold, truly. So your plasma energy, right? It is drawing, it magnetizes these things in, right? Because of the certain currency or the energy that you have. Let's go.
Go in your body and do its job. Ultimately, what's going to happen is that you're going to continue to keep putting the body in a position where the environment is completely acidic and the body will be dehydrated.
Yeah.
Water everywhere you see, but none to drink.
Hmm.
Water everywhere you see,
Contaminated.
but none to drink. The
Well,
basis
this
of the
audio
body,
that's
like it
located,
was told,
I
you
can't
solve
help this. This is
70%
up.
of your problems when you understand that you are 70% water.
Yeah, on the
You
cellular
solve
level.
70% of your problems when you understand that you are 70% water, and that nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, can substitute what water does. Absolutely nothing. Okay. Christian Powell said, is the fluoride in our shower? Of course. Of course.
I'm like, what kind of question is that,
Everything
dude?
coming out of there, of course, it's in your shower, coming
Mm-hmm.
out of your shower.
You can get
That's why it's
you can get
important to
water
get
heads.
a good
Mm-hmm.
filter system that I get that you can. I don't know if you guys have a Menards where you at, but or Lowe's or wherever hardware store they got Sprite, Sprite, spelled just like the soda. Sprite water said, their products are third party tested. It's the best, in my opinion. The filters are relatively cheap, and
Okay, hold
easy
on.
to
I'm looking
replace.
forward
And
again.
so yeah, we don't know what it is. We cannot explain it. Okay, that's one thing that you need to know. Just because they have the recipe does not mean that they understand it. And just because they named it does not mean that they know what it is. Secondly, water is many different things. We know water, the fourth state of water of matter is called plasma. So we know
Here
that
we
if you were
go.
to go to donate and give your blood, you wouldn't be giving your blood, you would be giving your
That's
plasma.
right.
You
That's
wouldn't
right.
be giving your blood, you would be giving your plasma. And your plasma is over 95%.
How many times have we talked about this? How many times have we talked about these plasma banks and these people sitting up here giving all of their energy, they life? This shit is sick.
Water. It is a different type of water. Your cerebral spinal fluid is 98% water.
Yes.
It is a special type of water. Remind you, it's a mysterious entity. They can't explain it. It
You
makes
can get copper straws too. You guys look up copper straws and purchase, so when you're drinking, you can at least be drinking through the copper straw. It's very helpful. Yeah, let's go.
shapes and pyramids. Are you walking with me now? We're about to redefine what water is, because we can't have you walking around with the illusion of intelligence. When you marginalize the things that are the greatest thing about, because mind you, the best way for them to hide these things is in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
The
Like
best
everything.
way for them to hide these things is in plain sight. Okay, so and then you also know that the water has to be pure. All right, so that
That's
it can
right.
go into your body and deliver nutrients, take nutrients, take waste materials out of the cell and all of that different stuff. And we know that when you don't have pure water, what happens? You put a lot of pressure on your kidneys because the kidneys, one of its main responsibilities is cleaning the blood or the water that your heart is pumping. Okay, so we're gonna go to and we're gonna show you. So now we show you the water. Now we have to think about what activates this water.
Mm-hmm.
What activates this water in the people that they call the crystallogens?
Somebody put in the chat. What do y'all think activates the water? I want to see if you guys are even a little bit health wise. No one, I'm not putting anyone on the spot. I just want to know what activates the water, right? What makes that the water holds memory and information and things of that nature, right? So what do you think would activate that? Yeah. Yep, get the copper, bro. Yes, get the copper straws. You can order them. Look on Amazon. I believe Amazon I got mine from, it was a whole pack of them too. I don't even remember. I had them for a while. Dang, where did I get them from? Dang, I got them somewhere. Surprisingly, I was shocked to find them. Where the heck did I get those straws at? Oh man, brother, I can't remember. I'll try to remember and put it in the chat, but it was about 2 years ago. But yeah, keeping in mind that the water is ran by what? When you get tired, yes, electricity. You're right, magnetism, electricity. But the electricity, TT, right? So what gives you electricity? What gives us energy a lot of times, right? A lot of times you could be tired and sluggish. It's like, dang, let me think. No, let me not say that because that's different for some people. If you're a healthy person, it's not going to be the first thing you think about. But if you're a person that's always on the run, you're not really thinking about your health or anything. Sugar. Somebody might be starving or they don't have no energy. They feel non-lethargic. They're going to go, let me get a candy bar or something. I need something to help me, some people may use like caffeine, coffee with sugar and things in it. But when it comes to using that, right, the sugar actually gives a boost. This is why people crave it. I was just showing some pictures on this the other day, right? We're showing you guys about the sugar and how it being the worst thing because it's so addictive and it's so hard. You know why it's so addictive? Because it's already a part of you. It's in your plasma, it's in your blood, it's in your water. It's all a part of you. You create these things as well, coming from the pure sun, right? The golden plasma in your blood is the sunlight. It's the liquid sunlight, right? So that liquid sunlight having a certain energy per se, right? But yeah, let's keep moving. I said I wasn't going to talk as much.
Okay, you have to understand that it is the sugar. Now this is about to get deep. This is where we're about to get deep, brothers and sisters. Now walk with me. So now we got the foundation. We've laid the foundation. We about to get, look, y'all about to start having to put fire emojis in the chat. This is about to get deep. It's about to get deep. All right.
That's right, sis. Air is water.
All right. So we're about to
say it, Mama Bear.
I'm gonna end up sharing my screen.
Air is water. Yep, they give baby when the baby is born. Oh, hold on. When the baby is born, and say if they're sick, they're in the incubator, anything's going on where the mom can't, breastfeed them or anything. That's what they put them on IV. It's sugar. It's liquid sugar. When people get, oh, you need an IV. Oh, you get your hydration. You need an IV. It's literally glucose water, sugar water, right? Let's go. We in the water and we are water. Shit.
All right. So I'm gonna share my screen right quick and we're gonna get into an article right quick. Gonna get into an article. Blood types. What letters, positive and negative signs mean. What to know about your blood type. Your blood type is a combination of letters and signs, which is deep in and of itself because I told you, even the world at the molecular level communicates through signs and symbols. Letters and signs identifying antigens present or absent on the surface of your red blood cells. Antigens are substances that can trigger the immune system to produce antibodies. Antibodies are proteins that lead an attack on substance perceived as foreign invaders. Now, also want to let ScrewTube know, we're not intending to cure, diagnose, or prevent any disease. Check with your physician, your healthcare provider, healthcare practitioners who are licensed for all of that different stuff. Only thing that we're doing is analyzing information to get a greater understanding of our environment and the instruments around us that are used, in my opinion, to wage war against us. But I digress. Let's continue on. We'll go down to the big part about this, the meat of it, right? We'll get into it. Obviously, blood typing is essential if you need to receive a blood transfusion. Your antibodies can attack transfused red blood cells of incompatible types. Mixing certain blood types can have dangerous health consequences. Some types of blood are more common than others, and they vary in compatibility. Now, this is going to get deep. We're about to watch how we put all these different things together. The ABO system has 4 major blood types. We know A, B, A and B, and O. Blood types are further categorized by the presence of a positive or a negative or absence negative of the RHD antigen on the surface of their red blood cells, and also known as the RH factor. All right. Now, let's go down just for a second. We're going to get off into this. Now, this is deep. Now, if you AB negative, B negative, AB plus, this is all. AB is 0.6% of the population here in the United States. B negative is 1.5% of the population. AB plus, now we ain't got to remember all these things. I'm just going to make a crucial point. I'm about to make a crucial point from all of this.
Saline is salt, not sugar.
AB plus is 3.4% of the population. Now, this is what's deep. Most common, more than 70% of the people in the United States have one of these 2 common blood types, O positive and A positive. O positive is 37.4% of the population. A positive is 34.7% of the population. Okay. All right. So that puts it at around 70%. Okay. Now, what you guys have to understand,
urine is liquid gold.
because we're about to expose, so I'm gonna have to jump down, then actually jump back up. This is crazy. Hold on one second. All right, because it's all right. It's supposed to tell you that
the golden blood.
Well, in this article, somewhere in this article,
get to that.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know why. Am I overlooking it?
Somewhere
in this article is going to show you, but you can look this up for yourself too as well. It was supposed to, maybe I'm skipping over, or maybe it's not, maybe it's in a previous article. It's going to let you know that A and B are sugars. A and B are sugars that come off the surface of your red blood cell. That's what A and B are. You're literally, most people's blood type, or is basically them not having the presence of a certain type of sugar. Because remember, in the medical health field, they're called blood groups and not blood types. These are just the ones that cause the biggest immune reaction. So these are the ones that healthcare providers look for, doctors look for, are those ones that we just named, which is the A, the B, the A and the B, and the O. Those can cause severe immune reaction, but they know tons of blood groups, right? Tons of blood groups. Now, this is one thing that you have to understand, is that you have to really understand that this blood is activated, or it needs this sugar that we call glucose. All right, that we call glucose. Now, before we leave on, I know I'm gonna pack something in here that's gonna be kind of heavy, but put this as a sidebar, and I need you guys to commit this to memory. There is such a thing called golden blood, but should we be surprised? Should we be surprised there's a such thing called golden blood? Because didn't I tell you guys, earlier in some of those segments, I told you that these beans are down here for the plasma or the gold?
For the plasma or the gold. Now check this out. This is why I want to do this video. I got to have y'all see this. Oh my gosh, I get flustered sometimes, guys, and then my mind go to racing and I can't correct my thoughts. So let me just calm down. When I saw this video last night, it was just like, oh my gosh, I keep trying to show them this. He's breaking this down so excellent. It's great to have your mind in great, perfect order, right? Now, when he's going to break down, think about everything that we talked about when it comes to the plasma. Think about everything I told you guys and taught you guys about when it comes to actually that plasma that lights up in your blood, which is the light energy, which is the gold frequency energy. That's why it's the energy and a light and life. And it goes through your system, right? It actually is what elevates you and creates the density by crystallizing, right? You remember the crystal, the Christos, or the crystallizing of your of you, basically, because the crystals that are inside of you. So that heat, the heat that flows through your blood, that plasma, as it starts racing and racing and racing and racing, what it does is it increases the flow of the blood. So now the flow of the blood causes a heat that actually crystallizes and gives the crystals that are in your capacity of your chest and your lungs, and the capacity of your pineal, which is your mind, which gives you the Christ, the Christo, the Christos energy, which actually overflows and gives you your aura, your shield of protection. May the force be with you because you have that shield of protection, right? So now, when we're thinking about that plasma, the golden blood, the plasma, you know, it's yellow. If anyone's seen it, you know, it's yellow. That is gold. That is this golden blood he's talking about. See, we are literally the children of the sun. I keep telling you guys, the more that you go into the sun, it activates that. It brings a fluctuance of energy to it because it is a part of that component, the same way that she was explaining how the aluminum attaches to us. See, with the sun, because of your golden skin, because of your golden blood, everything that the sun is attracted to, because you are a part of it and you came from it, it actually enlightens those things and brings more energy and more purpose into it. So as a person is sunbathing, this is why the plasma in the blood heats up, because why? It is where it comes from. It is the ether. When you hear plasma, plasma is ether. I told you guys about this. We are connected to the ether. It is a part of us. I'm a part of you. You're a part of me. We're a part of it. We're all the same damn shit, right? Now, when it comes to this, and you're thinking about the plasma light energy that is the sun children, the children of the sun, we're the only ones that have that plasma light. We're the only ones that have that golden blood that it just mentioned. It's that golden blood because it's trying to throw you off. When reading this thing, it's going to say, oh, there's only a few people that got it. Who? The few people that y'all try to act like we was all killed off. That's a damn lie. We have the golden blood. The golden blood is actually within us. That is that plasma light energy of the old blood, right? Of the original bloodline, right? And this shows you, improves actually, that you are a child of the sun, that what comes from the soil. Because the sun, as I explained to you guys many times before, when it comes to the sun and it putting down the photonic energy, that's the plasma energy, right? That's that plasma light energy. So when the plasma light energy comes down, it is actually landing all over the surface of the earth, right? We as people, we will go and you'll have some fruits, you'll have some vegetables, you'll eat something. When you eat these things that have grown from the soil, and when you consume them, they actually become a part of you as well. So now all of those things and the components that were in that fruit that came from the photonic energy, which is plasma. See, when we hear or think about the photonic energy, right? That comes in the photosynthesis. It is actually the golden light. It is literally the golden sunlight that is absorbed. So it is a component that now when you consume it, it actually extends life to you because now you're consuming the life, the living water. I tell you guys about what? The living water, H3O. The H3O is different from H2O. H2O causes copper to actually rust, right? And since you're a copper-based being, you don't want to rust on the inside, right? You want to be able to live fluently. So you need to have H3O for the living waters that actually accompany your body because you are a golden seed. You are a child of the most high energy, the energy that comes down. Everything that comes down and that comes into flourish over this whole entire planisphere. Every plant, every tree, every flower, everything, it has the plasma energy in it. So now when you're eating these things that come from that, the fruits, the vegetables, even though most things are backwards, we think fruit is a vegetable, vegetables are fruit, all this and that. But still, when we're consuming these things, right, and we're pulling them into our body, we're actually balancing out certain plasma things. This is why certain herbs and things, when you're using, it's a form of alchemy. When you have certain herbs and things that you can put into your body that will actually change a composition of your body to give it a different state when you're going through an illness, a sickness, fatigue, anything you're using it for, it immediately works. Because why? It is that plasma. So when you take particular herbs that are for a certain area, it's going to come into you. And now you're consuming those things and pulling it in. So now the plasma will take that and regenerate it, recycle it, and send it to the area it needs to because it was particular for that. Let's go. I'm gonna let this go because see, I want to. So much.
Okay, y'all thought I was reaching. Some people thought I was reaching. They thought I was reaching. Okay, so what is golden blood? Golden blood is the rarest known type of blood in the world. It has no Rh antigens at all, but it is
No,
Rh
hold on,
null blood.
hold
It
on.
is dubbed golden.
Listen, y'all hear that, right? The golden blood has zero Rh antigens. Listen, the golden blood has zero Rh antigens. Let me put that in the chat for y'all. Let me put that in the chat. The golden blood of the sun children. That's y'all. The children of the sun. Let me put the children of the sun so people know that. Of the children of the sun. The golden blood of, what was I going to put on here real quick for y'all? Not today. The golden blood of the children of the sun has zero Rh antigens, which shows you what? That these people are not natural. We know that the sun actually kills and deteriorates. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't want to go there. Let's just go.
Golden blood because it can be donated to people with almost any Rh blood type, including those with rare types of Rh antigens. You know, that's all mayonnaise. We know why they call it golden blood. However, if people with golden blood need blood, they can only receive the same type of blood. Experts estimate that only about 50 people are known to have golden blood, which was first detected in Australian Aboriginal people.
Hold on. Oh
So
my!
now you
The
recognize
hijack. The hijack. I knew it was gonna be something else that came up in this. I couldn't remember. I didn't watch this whole thing. I was kind of tired, but we gonna get through it with him. Now check this out. Did you hear what he just said? Let me go back. It's actually, we could read it. It says the golden blood is the rarest known blood, right? The golden blood has no Rh antigens. And what's important, it says that experts estimate that only about 50 people are known to have golden blood. Is they stupid? Are they fucking crazy? I'm sorry, y'all, excuse me. Are they crazy or nuts though? Y'all hear this? 50 people have the golden blood when all the original Aboriginals actually have that golden blood. We have it. We know it. I tell you guys, is a different type of light energy, the plasma light energy. We know this. A lot of you knows. I'm not sure your bloodline. You know, I can't really say, but you should know if you have the O blood. You should know what type of blood you have. The O blood is the original blood, which is this golden blood he's talking about. They're specifying, they're saying, oh yeah, this is something different. Now think about the golden blood, and we think about Henrietta Lacks. You remember Henrietta Lacks and the golden blood that she had, right? Think about Henrietta Pleasant, Henrietta Pleasant Lacks, the descendant of Mary Ellen Pleasant, who had all of the gold in California, the golden child. She was a child of gold. Henrietta Lacks came from her ancestry, from Mary Ellen Pleasant, who had all of the gold. So being a person that controlled all the gold, had all the gold in the gold mines and all of that, being a child of the sun, coming from the soil, being a part of that same thing. Don't y'all think that's ironic that Henrietta Lacks with her golden cell? Do you guys remember the video I did? I did a whole build on this. Henrietta Lacks, Mary Ellen Pleasant, and her golden cells, and her and Mary Ellen's gold that actually funded the Federal Reserve. Y'all gotta go see that if you didn't see it. They are tied. They're tied together. They use her gold. They use her gold to fund the gold system of the Federal Reserve, and they use her ancestors' golden cells. Remember, I told y'all that. Remember, we went over this. The golden cells. I said Henrietta Lacks golden cells they used, and they took her aunt's gold to make the Federal Reserve. A double whammy on their whole family. You feel me? Now, thinking about that, with Henrietta Lacks, she had the golden bloodline, like many of us do. So with the golden bloodline, they were able to use that to feed the nation, basically, on everything when it comes to the medical world. Like they couldn't do nothing without everything goes behind them being able to use her cells for testing and seeing how it duplicated. I mean, oh my gosh, it's just so sick. But either way, Remember, we talked about that. Now, thinking about everything that he's saying, I'm gonna try not to stop it too much more. But man, this brother going in now. When he came and brought that up, it just made me think. Boom, that's what's going on. Then they're saying the Australian Aboriginal, Australian. They always try to say, "Oh, Aboriginal is the Australian." No, Abo's trying to claim that, but the Aboriginal is Australian. No, Aboriginal is original to the land, to the soil, which is the sun children, the children of the sun, the ones that come from the sun, the orgone energy that I told you guys about, right? The energy that the sun disperses and it puts down into the soil. And you are what? The soil. The sun disperses and it comes down to the soil. The woman's womb is what? The soil. So now when the sun disperses that energy, that orgone energy, and then that woman has that particular energy that she has within her that pulls that to her womb, boom, there goes the life. Man, y'all don't hear me. Let's go.
They're going to Australia. We're going to have, oh man, these segments about to get deep. So you see, remember I told you before that plasma is also what the stars are made out of. That's what your sun
what
is
I
made
tell
out of.
y'all?
That's
What I
what the
tell
stars in the
y'all?
sky. That is
the
what you see, the northern lights. Those are auroras, that's the ionosphere, that's all plasma.
Did we just talk about this yesterday? Tell me I ain't tripping. Do y'all remember we just talked about this with the Oreo? I'm saying it wrong. The Oreo Boreola, that's what he's talking about. That same thing. Remember I was telling you guys how that energy is trapped there due to a false pole. The true pole is you, because you are true north, the North Pole. Everything gravitates to you. You have electromagnetism because of that plasma in your blood. Oh, man, I don't want to keep talking. Let's go. Oh, man, this thing deep.
Over 97% of the so-called universe is made of plasma. That's what you have to understand.
Ether, plasma is ether. Keep that in mind. Same thing.
Idea, or reconcile with the idea that this blood, specifically the sugar that's in this blood, is a big part of you understanding how you're connected to the stars, because it creates this plasma. It's just not sugar for all. Sugar tastes good. No, sugar, glucose, which comes from the plants, is the only sugar that the body can use, or the blood can use, as the instruments for fuel. That's the only fuel that it can use is glucose. Okay, and that crystal, that sugar amplifies the water and helps and aids and turns it into what we call plasma.
And you are what? A crystalline being, right? So a crystal does what? It gives off frequency, sequence, energy, right? This is why you exert this aura or torus field around you when you're in proper balance with the light energy and everything is flowing the way that it should, right? When that plasma is heated up and it has accelerated in your blood to cleanse it using the natural antigens to purify your blood. Once it purifies the blood, it actually helps to crystallize the blood. So now you have the Christ energy, the Christos energy that has been expelled within you from your golden plasma blood.
What we call golden blood. Okay? This is deep. This is deep. Okay? So we're going to go far. We're going to go real deep on this, because I want you guys to understand just exactly how deep this water hole goes in terms of this fruit sugar. We're going to get even,
I don't know what that is.
Be too adult, but we're going to show you exactly what we're talking about in terms of how they speak mayonnaise to confuse you. All right? So
oh, man, he finna talk about that.
How do we understand this water? We understand what's critical to water. When one of the things that water loves to transform itself into is the life force, which is what we call blood, or what we call this plasma, because we know that's about 50 to 60% of our blood is plasma. Okay, that's what activates us. Okay, then we know that some of our people are walking around here with this golden blood, so to speak, or real rare blood, right? All right. But we also know that in general, they call it golden blood because they know that this golden liquid is called plasma that they take on a regular basis. And we also know from
I told y'all
that I've shown that over 80% of those blood donations goes to private companies or the pharmaceutical companies.
And I don't want to gross nobody out, but thinking about this, right? What else is that plasma in, right? What else is that plasma in? This might sound a little odd, but I'm gonna have to give it to you so you understand it. That plasma is in what do you guys? I'm just gonna throw this out there. Remember the incident with R. Kelly and the little baby, the little girl, and they say he gave her a golden shower. They said, "Oh my gosh, R. Kelly's disgusting. He's the worst," which he fucking is. But either way, we ain't gonna get on that. But he gave that little girl, he even gave her a golden shower. Anyone know what a golden shower is? Do you know that people use this if they cannot find water? People will filter urine and drink it. The sister in the chat was just talking about urine therapy. You're so correct, sis. You could use that and it does heal because it is what liquid gold, pretty much. Earth and water. Yeah, they know who we are. The golden children. Do you guys remember? Oh, wait, I'm pulling it up in a second. Hold on. Harpo. Oh, you talking about this one. Yeah. You know she part of everything that has to do with some of this nonsense. That's why I don't even I don't know nothing about her channel actually, but that she created it, but I haven't heard much about it. She must not be doing that good. It's just something for a secret front, obviously. Piss, exactly. Golden showers from piss. Piss is what? Gold. Plasma's in your urine as well. It's the same gold and energy from a gold. That's why they say a golden shower. That gold is, like the sister said, it actually cleanses. It can actually heal scars. Man, y'all. Stuff that we, man. Yeah. And plasma is definitely ether. Let me put that in there. Trying to get through the chat real quick before we move on. Yep. See? Yep. From jellyfish thing, those that burn. That part. So yes, thinking about that, right? And thinking about, if you guys can remember, some years back, I don't know if you guys have seen it. Some years back, what's his name? Bill Gates dude, right? He went to Africa. He came back and was talking about the feces he got from Africa, from the people, the African feces. He said the feces, he said, I'm going to take this and turn it into gold. Literally. Like, literally. Y'all might think this shit crazy. Let's go.
And only 20% goes to the hospitals. Next. So, and then also on the sidebar, we also note that this is what they've done with people like Henrietta Lacks. And when they found out the power of her blood, and they found out how, African Americans had this rare gene too inside of our blood.
This nigga go with some African American. We're gonna have to ignore him with some of his talk. He's a Heru, which they believe a lot in a lot of the Kemet stuff, but in relation to it over there, I get real confused with what they even believe. I'm not gonna even lie. The brother info fire though, so I don't give a damn what he is. He's spitting that info, and he bringing a lot of things to be able to link them together, which is what I love. So when it comes to this, like the brother said with Henrietta Lacks, remember that's that golden seed. The golden seed came from the woman that had the most gold and flourished everybody, all the abolitionists in California, Miss Mary Ellen Pleasant and her bloodline, they all had that gold. Same thing with, what's his name, Robert Perry. Yes, the golden bloodline. You think they're the only ones? Come on, stop playing. Talking about 50 people got it. Only 50 people got it. Shit, because we don't come to y'all doctors. Most of us ain't gonna let you know what our blood type is. Shut y'all ass up.
They realized that they would be on a hunt to find those who have exactly what it takes to take their life from the natural to the supernatural.
That's right.
The natural matrix. Okay, so let me go on because I don't want to spend too much time on one idea because we have to tie all of these things together. We're going to go to the alternativedaily.com. We're going to go to the alternativedaily.com right quick. Hold on, brothers and sisters, because I've said this many times throughout many segments that I've functions to maintain homeostasis. Without glucose, the blood cannot run. So what am I saying? I'm saying that so often through the conventional framework, we are taught to do what? We are taught to think that, I can quit sugar. Oh, it's a drug. I don't even eat sugar no more. You always have to eat
live.
Sugar. That's the only way. That's how every organism on this planet survives.
Your blood cannot even function or run without sugar. Now, what type of sugar is a whole nother story, right? Because we can be talking about the GMO sugar, or you're talking about natural sugars. The natural sugars, which is living water, which would be H3O, is derived from vegetables and fruit. The highest level of H3O water would be through cucumbers, right? It's like 98% water. Cucumbers, watermelon, melons contain the higher forms. Peppers, hot peppers. You know how people be sick and they'll say, "Oh, get a hot pepper." Peppers is a fruit as well that can be used to ignite certain things within the blood because it has those same antigens. Okay, let's go.
It's off of the sugar that comes from plants called glucose.
Right, natural.
Think about how deep this is. Remember in the book I told you from the untold story of the carbon baby, which I've been telling you, some of you guys have gotten that book. But in the untold story of the carbon baby, I told you what carbon is. I've said this many times throughout many segments that I've put on this, not only this channel but previous channels. That carbon is Latin for coal. Coal is decomposed plant material. That's what that is. Now, and this is what's deep. Like we said, you have this plant energy. So not only is it running the matrix in terms of the oil and the natural gas, which we're finna get into, in terms of your body, only your blood can only use glucose to perform its functions. So when they sit up here and tell you can quit sugar, there's absolutely no way you can do that. That's why you're having such a hard time, because you're like, oh, I gotta abstain from sugar. No, it's what sugar you have to abstain from. So basically, what they've done through their science is that they know that there's simple sugars and what they call complex sugars. Simple sugars just mean that they can't be broken down any further, right? And the main sugar is glucose, and the other one is fructose. Now, with vegetables and fruits, they contain both, and obviously, fruits have a little bit more fructose. That's why it's called fructose. Than vegetables do, right? But when you put fructose and glucose together, you make sucrose. That's a natural sugar. But the Blanco went ahead through their what they call a modern invention, right? Created table sugar, and they say it's just the same. So we're about to get into this article, and I'm going to show you just how twisted they are, right? And this is why it's so hard for a lot of our people to get right. This is why it's so hard for a lot of our people to get right, because of articles just like this. But I'm going to show you exactly what they do. I'm going to show you exactly what they do. This is from the Alternative Daily, published Saturday, October 14th, 2023. Okay. It says, you may have heard that natural fruit sugar is far healthier than table sugar, sucrose. The answer to that is a bit more complicated than it seems. They go on to say, the sugar found in fruit and the sugar found in that bowl of shiny white grains on your table are molecularly and chemically the same. Both are comprised of fructose and glucose molecules. The ratios are slightly different, with fruit sugar weighing in at about 40 to 55% fructose, depending on the fruit, while sucrose is an even 50-50 distribution. The primary difference between fructose and glucose is how they are broken down by the body. Fructose digestion is the sole responsibility of the liver, meaning an insulin response is never activated. Glucose, however, is broken down in the stomach, prompting a quick insulin rush. Now, already, one thing that you got to understand, these are acting on your hormones, all right? Okay, check. We get that because, insulin is a hormone. But let's go on. Let's go to the most important part of this, right? And this is what he says, in contradicting himself, just a paragraph down. He says, yet if both fruit sugar and table sugar are so chemically similar, why do we praise one and scorn the other? The reason is because fruit is loaded with a slew of other nutrients. For example, phenols are compounds that provide potent antioxidant capabilities. So he just goes on and on talking about, oh yeah, but the fruit, it has all these nutrients and all this different stuff. But up here, just a couple paragraphs up, he was talking about how they were molecularly and chemically the same. No difference. No difference. People have been saying no difference. Who do you think he's in the pocket of? The food companies, right? So we're going to go right to another article just to show you. Let's type this in right quick. Give me 1 second to pull this up. Give me 1 second to pull this up. One second to pull this up. Yeah, brothers, because there's been a lot of lies told. Like I'm looking at this chat. Yeah, we got fire emojis in the chat. That's what's up. That's awesome. I'm glad y'all loving the information. Look, we just getting started because this shit is about to
maple sugar. Maple sugar. I didn't know they had maple sugar. I know there's maple syrup. Wow, that's news to me. I never seen maple sugar. I use beet sugar. Beet sugar is good. Beet sugar. You can get crystal beet sugar. You can buy powder. I prefer the crystals. Beet sugar. Beet sugar. That's one of the best sugars.
Okay. Okay. So now I'm finna share my screen with you right quick. Show you this article. Diet scan, fruit sugar versus table sugar. They aren't the same. Don't eat too many fruits. Fruits are bad for you because they have tons of sugar. How many times have you heard this statement? I'm sure this 100 times in your life.
Exactly.
With many myths circulating the internet and being repeated in our daily lives, myths have become the new reality. I mean, repeat something long enough and it will be the truth, right? I beg to differ. One of the many myths that has been around for a while is that fruits are just as bad as sugar because they basically all they contain is sugar. This myth even went as far as making people ditch fruits altogether in fear of getting diabetes or gaining weight/fat. However, the problem is that those people are missing out on healthy, delicious foods that can even make you lose weight. So why the hassle? Is fruit sugar really the same as table sugar? Let's put this under the microscope and kill the myth once and for all. So you scroll down, you start to see the chemical formula. It looks like they're holding hands.
Mm-hmm.
This is fructose and glucose. Looks like they're holding hands. And you're going to see, and I'm going to expose to you why that is the case. Okay. But we're going to go on with this article. Sugar or table sugar is a common name for sucrose, which is often derived from either beet or cane sugar. All right. And it talks about them being two molecules, glucose and fructose. So we don't need to know that. We've already went over that. Right. And it goes on and says that one major problem with sugar is the fact that it is processed. Manufacturing processing of raw foods causes degradation of the food's nutrients, which takes away from the overall content of vitamins, nutrients, and antioxidants, all essential for good health. Furthermore, cross-contamination during manufacturing processes could occur, resulting in adding unwanted foreign substances to the foods we will later consume. Such toxin could wreak havoc on humans' health. So given the fact that sugar is already nutrient-free and is processed through refining and bleaching, the sugar consumer gets a double whammy of problems and health hazards. So that's really all we got to read from that article. That's what I was going to show you. I'm just showing you that it's two different statements being made. One individual on the side of nature or natural science, one on the side of artificial science, right? Showing you, oh, it's chemically and molecularly the same. And then he even admitted in his article, he said, oh, well, yeah, but sugar, the sugar from fruit does have a lot more nutrients and is more nutrient dense and etc. Okay, so that's that mayonnaise going on. This is why it makes it complicated, because for one source, you'll go look up in the internet, somebody says, oh, well, the table sugar, there's no difference. And then you'll have somebody else on the internet saying, oh, well, hey, man, there's a big difference. And that's why reading comprehension is essential. Because what do we say? It doesn't matter if you think you can read. If you do not understand what you have read,
Comprehension
you cannot
is
read.
important and key.
So now we understand something very, very powerful about this. So why did I build all that up? Why did I talk about the water, making sure that the water has to be pure? Why did I talk about you having a new understanding of sugar and what sugar is? I'll tell you exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why. Because I'm finna prove my point. I'm finna show you. Now, y'all ready for the deeper stuff about this segment? I'm finna show you that your hormones, especially for women, estrogen, and men specifically, is nothing but a sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all, listen what I'm saying to you.
Spermicide.
The hormones themselves are nothing but sugars. But watch how I prove this. Watch how I show you how you dissect the Blanco science, break it into a million people, shatter it to the point that it can no longer have an effect on black psyche anymore. To show you how ridiculous this stuff is, to show you how they thrive off of the fact that this is compartmentalized thought, because they know it will prevent us from having a holistic world view.
That's right.
Watch how deep this is. Okay, we're finna go. I'm finna show you first. I'm about to show you the molecular formula for testosterone and estrogen.
Now watch
I'm about to show you the molecular formula for testosterone and estrogen.
Which guys, it has to be the same, because the man comes from the woman. He turns to a male within the first trimester if he's going to be a male or not. So obviously the components are the same. Yes, that Y have been kicked off. Now you don't have the X, you are Y. That leg's kicked off. The leg is kicked off and now inverted. So you still have the same components. They just work differently. So of course it's going to be the same with the molecular structure. Right. And remember, we just talked about this last week as well. This is the part where I came in on the video. I think I was about halfway. I heard him talk about this. So when it comes to the molecular structure, right, it's going to be the same, like just like urine hills, so on and so forth. You have to think about the sperm and when the woman, has an orgasm, the fluids that are released. I was talking about this, and the sugar content that are in these things, right? People like, oh, I don't even want to get into that. Like, people could get addicted to this stuff. Like, literally, let's go.
Watch what I do here, brothers and sisters. Watch how
Addicted.
deep this is.
I know for a fact.
Watch how deep this is. Watch this.
That's right.
Watch how deep this is. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Now I'm going to share the screen because I need you guys to see this. I need you guys to see this. I need you guys to see this. All right. This is from the National Library of Medicine. National Library of Medicine, Pub Chem, okay? National Library of Medicine, the National Center for Biotechnology Information, okay? This is, I'm about to show you, this is the molecular formula for testosterone. It is C19. You guys can go here too as well. People had to figure out how to blow that part up. But it is, hold on, let me go back up. All right, hold on. It's going too fast. Must be going past it. All right, molecular formula C19H28O2. C19H28O2. 19 carbon atoms, 28 hydrogen atoms, 2 oxygen atoms. This is testosterone. A carbohydrate. A carbohydrate is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Oh, you think I'm wait if you think I'm still reaching. But I just want to give you the molecular formula. Understand this. And also know that when the Blanco was talking, remember, like I said, he says different things to different people about the same thing. He's changed this up so that way he can poison your sugar because he knows your sugar is a hormone. He knows your sugar is a hormone.
That's
this is
right.
one of the reasons why the indigenous people used to only plant certain crops because they would plant crops or certain sugars or fruits that was aligned to their bloodline or their plasma line. Oh, this is about to get deep.
Haven't we talked about this, guys? And I tell you how important it is for you to be eating the proper foods based off of your blood type, based off of the area that your ancestors come from, because you derive from the soil. So if you come from the soil and the components are a little different or slightly off, or there are different minerals and things that are in that particular area, that would be something that you would need to have a proper balance, right? Because you're from that soil. So your blood is very important to the foods that you're eating, the intake of certain frequencies and things, right? Because it can knock things off. We have a certain balance of the plasma light that is supposed to be moving, fluctuating a certain way. This is why certain foods are put out there, so it throws your blood off, so it throws off your thinking, all that. Not only the water and stuff he's talking about, but the meat. Remember, we've talked about this many a time. Living in the area of where your ancestors came from, just being in a proper space and having the sun that will actually hit you the way it's supposed to, that can actually change your health. It can make, this is why people move to Florida. Oh, I'm moving to Florida. Older people, oh, you need to move there for your health, because of the frequency that is there, because the sun gives off. Now, that doesn't affect these a lot of these people, but definitely with us. And there's a structure that is in this that it's composed of everything that is in this planet. As I keep telling y'all over and over, the brother breaking this shit down, I don't even know what to say. He when I seen the video last night, I'm like, damn, I got to go back and watch it. And I said, you know what, I'm gonna do a build on this so we can watch it together. We coming up on the part that I came in on last night. And as soon as I was in there like 5 minutes, I jumped right in the brother. I was like, yo, bro, you going in. I said, I've been in 5 minutes, none but fire. Like, literally, the brother went in. Let's go.
Okay? So you understand that A carbohydrate is nothing but carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. Also, if you take a look at the Blanco in his science, when he tells you about the building blocks in terms of protein, he'll let you know what happens when you get protein. Your body breaks that down and rebuilds it into you. That's why they call it protein the building blocks of life. So this is one of the reasons why, as long as your body can get carbon,
it's like the
as long as your body
nano.
can get hydrogen and oxygen, which it gets from sugar, it can always make hormones. It can always make hormones. So let's go to the molecular formula for estrogen. Now remember, we're finna write this down. We're finna write this down just to prove to you how cold this is. Just to prove to you how cold nature is. C19H28O2. That's testosterone. Now let's go look and see what estrogen is for females. Let's go look and see what estrogen is for females right quick. Hold on while I look this up. Okay, so this is from the same, this is estradiol, okay? And I'm finna just share my screen because it's right there and we don't even have to go to the actual site. They got it right here. So I'm finna share my screen. C18, H24O2. This shit, look, walk with me now. So you talk estradiol is the main form of estrogen because there's 3 types of estrogen, but estradiol is the main form of estrogen. It's actually what we term, see men, okay, so let's look at your hormone system right quick. Let's just, let's just go over this just right quick. And so that we understand it. I'm pretty sure you guys understand this. You have your endocrine system, you have your hypothalamus, you have your pituitary gland, your pineal gland. You have your thyroid, your parathyroid, you have your adrenal glands, you have your pancreas, and then you have ovaries if you're a female and testes if you're a guy. You also have other organs that participate in secreting hormones that are not a part of your endocrine system. This will be your liver, your gastrointestinal tract. This will be your kidneys. This will also be what's considered your adipose tissue or your fat tissue. Now, this is what's deep. So let's go back. We're looking at the 2 different type of chemical hormones that we call testosterone and estradiol or estrogen. If you notice, testosterone only has 1 more carbon atom than estrogen. It has 4 more hydrogen atoms than estrogen, and then they both have the same amount of oxygen atoms. Now, remind you, what did I prove? What did I say that? Because I'm putting myself out there on the limb. I'm telling you that testosterone is a sugar. That's what I'm telling you. Now, watch how slick the Blanco is. Watch what I tell you what I'm talking about. Watch how slick the Blanco is, right? Watch how slick the Blanco is in this. This I'm telling you, this is what they do. Watch how I'm gonna tell you, watch how I'm gonna prove my point. Okay, hold on 1 second, brothers and sisters. Hold on 1 second. All right. Give me 1 second to pull this up. All right. So I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all thought I was reaching. Y'all, I don't reach. This is sugar sabotaging your hormones. Reviewed by Dr. Sarika Arora, MD. So this is a medical doctor on hand, right? So we're just not talking out of our tail, right? Okay. Now, it says sugar and refined carbohydrates are best known for their effects on weight gain, but these foods are frequently at the root of your worst PMS, because she's talking to women, right? And menopause symptoms too, especially when it comes to fatigue, cravings, and mood swings. From my own experience in the women I see daily in my practice, this 1 step can make a tremendous difference. Yeah. When I cut sugar, and when I refer to sugar, I mean all refined carbs, not just the white powdery stuff, my irritability vanished. Okay, because that's one thing that people gotta understand. When we talk about quit sugar, you never can completely quit sugar. You can just quit the refined stuff. Why? Because the blood runs off glucose. You can never stop eating sugar. It's your life force. Okay. Now look what she says. Sugar's effect on hormones. Sugar not only provides major highs and lows in mood and energy, it can also disrupt one of the most powerful hormones in the body, insulin. And insulin is closely connected to all the other hormones in your body, including estrogen and testosterone. Why is it closely connected? Because estrogen and testosterone is made out of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. What you know is a carbohydrate or sugar. It's made out of the stuff. So of course it's going to affect the estrogen and the testosterone because it's made out of it. But check how they explain it to you. Now, first she goes and says, let's read this. Did you know women with PMS eat 275% more refined sugar than those without PMS? This can pump up estrogen levels, and that's not a good thing. Excess estrogen throws other hormones into imbalance, which only worsens symptoms. Now, peep this out. This is where the mayonnaise comes in. This is the most important part of this article that I'm about to read to you guys. She says, fat cells, especially those found in visceral midsection belly fat, produce estrogen. When you eat excess amounts of sugar, the body copes with it by turning it into fat cells, which then produce estrogen. The more sugar you eat, the more fat cells you create, and the more estrogen you produce. Now, why did they do that? They went around it. They said, oh, the sugar turns into fat, then the fat makes the hormones. And then literally they're telling you that sugar is created, that these hormones are created from the sugar. They're just trying to delay the process or trying to complicate the process by saying, oh, the sugar has to transform the fat, then the fat has to transform into hormones. This is one of the reasons, brothers and sisters, this is deep. This is one of the reasons, brothers and sisters, why you have people, have you ever noticed this? And you're going to peep this. Think about this. This is how I'm going to prove them wrong in this one concept. Now walk with me on this. You have, if sugar was just turned into fat for storage, wouldn't fat people or people who overweight not have to eat for a long time? They got stored energy. You got stored energy. Why should a person weighing 300-400 pounds even have to eat? They got all that stored energy. Because that stored energy is not for food or not for energy. That stored energy is nothing but stored hormones. That's why fat people don't use their stored energy. They're not like no bear. A bear will eat, and a bear, since it eats natural sugars, it's actually storing energy reserves. If you notice, people get big as a house eating these processed foods, but yet they can't use the energy you stored in your body. I am killing you niggas. This is one of the reasons why you have to understand that you have to reassess. They gave something so that first they simplified it, oversimplified it by letting you call it sugar. But in their labs, in their chemistry classes, they call this simple sugar monosaccharides, polysaccharides, disaccharides. They got 12, 13, 14 letter names for these things, brothers and sisters. So it's more complicated than you think. You see what I'm saying? And you have to know from the molecular formula and from this MD, as she calls herself, and this is something that you learn in nutrition class, that you store this food for future energy reserves. But if that was the case, one, why is that not allowing people who are overweight to not eat for a long time because they have stored energy reserves? And why are they so sluggish and slow if they have all these energy reserves?
Don't want to
because
move.
that's not energy.
They can't
That is
walk.
hormones that your body is waiting to use to tell it what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm finna show you. You think I'm
Get to it, bro.
I'm about to hit you over the head. You think it stops there? Watch how deep this gets. Watch how deep this gets, brothers and sisters. Watch how deep this gets. Watch how deep this gets. You think I'm playing? You about to reassess, because remember, I want you to understand the three. Okay, let's go to the three simple sugars: glucose, fructose, and galactose. Those are simple sugars or monosaccharides. Remember, your blood can only use glucose. Let's go over this again, right? Now, glucose and fructose pair together to become something called sucrose. The Blanco makes an artificial concoction of this and calls it table sugar. But nature does something different, all right? Nature has it to where they hold hands and help each other out to create this plasma in your blood, okay? Now, you also have to know that lactose is created when you get glucose and galactose. That becomes lactose, which is the milk that a woman feeds her child. Now, understand that this is how powerful sugar is. Lactose is, a woman's milk is primarily sugar, yet the baby survives off this stuff. The baby actually grows exponentially in those 2 to 5 years, especially their brain.
And remember, if a baby is sick, when you have a child, right? If the baby is sick, what they'll do is put the baby on sugar water until the mom can feed the child, right? On an IV of sugar water. Keep that in mind. Same thing when a person gets dehydrated. They say, "Oh, you got a lack of water. Oh, you're dehydrated, sweetie. We got to put you on an IV." They're giving you sugar water. Let's go.
If you do the research, and if I'm lying, I'm flying, because I know I'm not flying. I'm still here. If you do the research, you will know that between 2 to 5 years of age, that's when the baby starts to secrete the most androgens or testosterone until it reaches puberty again.
Yes.
Boy and girl, they start to secrete testosterone. So this is why you know that a woman and a man can have testosterone, because we just showed you the chemical formula, how chemically similar they are.
He comes from the woman, brother.
Don't you about 20% of their estrogen or estradiol in their testes, and the rest we make from our fat cells. The rest we make from our fat cells in other places. So our adipose tissue makes a large part of our estrogen. Because once again, they know that this testosterone and this estrogen is made from sugar. This is why the number one metabolic illness on the planet is diabetes. This is why the number one illness on the planet is diabetes. This Blanco want to let you know anything. Hold on, let me look at this chat though too, because I want to interact with y'all. Yeah, that's what's up. Oh yeah. Is that why? Yeah, the sugar. Oh, of course. That's why. You got a lot of, what I'm saying, people acting outside themselves because of the sugar, because of the sugar
and the meat, and the meat.
What I'm saying, because it doesn't. Remember what hormones do? Hormones send signals, chemical messengers. They control sexual reproduction, fertility. Remember, this is why the ancient people talked about how they were the food of the gods. You have to understand something critical about your food. It's made by the sun.
Yes.
It's made by the sun. This is literal star food. Your sun is a star. It is given. Oh my goodness. This is star food, brothers and sisters.
That's right. Like plasma.
You see what I'm saying? So what they had to do, this is why you see sugar in practically everything. See, this is why it's so hard for people to quit sugar, because you're like, oh, all I got to do is have a little bit of it and I'll be fine. All I have to do, and so what happens is that you're born with a certain amount of enzymes. Trust me, I'm going slow.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing something.
Like
I'm being in the chat in a minute.
We'll go over all of this stuff, so, and then go linear, and it's and bringing the information about. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make sure that you get this before this segment is over. So one thing that you have is that you have when you have these sugars, they have to be separated, okay, by an enzyme. Usually, more than likely, often more times than not, you have enzymes that end with ASE. That's how you know it's an enzyme. Lactase. Our body shuts that enzyme off after about 2 to 4 years of age. After
diabetes comes into play because your body, your kidney,
black women. Okay, so that hormone.
I thought I paused it. Diabetes comes when people are having issues with their kidney and their liver, right? Because your body can't process the sugars. For some reason, something happens with the person's body where they're not able to process the sugar sufficiently, and this is what causes the diabetes.
Deactivates itself. All right, and that's what makes us lactose intolerant. So when they say you're lactose intolerant, they're saying you're sugar intolerant.
Sugar intolerant. Listen,
they're saying you're intolerant to a sugar, which is a hormone. And if you notice, we always talk about how cows have powerful hormones. The most powerful hormone is the sugar, or the type of sugar that's in the cow's milk. Just like the type of sugar that's in the mother's milk is designed for a human baby. And the sugar that's in the cow's milk is
y'all give y'all baby cow's milk.
Powerful effect that it can get that can get a calf that was just born to walk on both four legs, as it exits the mother's womb. That's how powerful lactose is for a cow.
The heck?
So you're born with a certain amount of enzymes.
That's right.
And you lose those. Once you run out of them, you have enzymes for fats, you have enzymes for proteins, you have enzymes for sugars. Once you lose those, you got to get them from your diet. And what better place to get them than from the fruits that contain their own enzymes? That's why if you leave a fruit out, what it's going to do? It's going to eat itself. And it's going to have help from other organisms like bacteria and fungus, but it's going to have the energy in it to degrade itself. It's solar energy. And remember what solar energy is, you guys. It's radiation. Remember how I told you that bananas were used in chemistry to measure radiation. Bananas has potassium 40 in it. When you take a nutrition class, they tell you that the banana is spoiling. When you take a chemistry class, they tell you that the banana is radioactively decaying. I can't make this shit up.
You can't, bro. You fly with the shit. Let's go.
This is why I said you have to reassess what you are. You
like
have to strip yourself of the conventional framework that has been muddied through Blanco science, getting you to believe that this is something as simple as sugar or water. These are majestical energy systems. So one, we know that this sugar called lactase does what? It grows a baby, right? The baby just feeds off of this particular type of sugar. Okay? We know that we constantly feed off sugars and they turn themselves into our hormones because we know from the chemical formula without a shadow of a doubt that testosterone and estrogen are nothing but sugars. They are made of the same thing sugars are made of called carbohydrates, which is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen.
Period.
When you breathe in oxygen, it splits the hydrogen from the carbon, and that's why you breathe out carbon dioxide. This is one thing, like I said, this is why chemistry is so profound, brothers and sisters.
Yes, I love chemistry.
This is why chemistry is so profound. We're not asking everybody to be no chemistry major, but what we are saying is that when we're
chemistry is all about you.
They can't get this stuff over us. So we know when we look at the sugar, we realize exactly what it is. They're not going to tell us this shit. They're not going to tell us.
Okay? So
we have to,
we have to figure you out.
When we talk about these things. Let me show you something, man. In terms of the sugar, we went over it. Well, first let's recap. We're saying that okay, now we talked about the water, and now we're talking about the sugar. We know that the blood types are different forms of sugar for the most part. They know that 70% of Americans have a certain type of blood type. This is one of the reasons why so many Americans are have diabetes, because they're able to go in their labs and reconstruct these sugars, which can get different effects in people, brain chemistry, all the different. It controls sexual reproduction or thwart it, cause you to be infertile merely by the sugar you intake. And this is what's so deep, brothers and sisters. Remember, I just told you. Now, this is what's deep. Walk with me on this.
It get deep.
Real deep.
I'm gonna break it down too.
What happens is you have an enzyme in your mouth when you first eat the sugar. This poisonous sugar you get from this Blanco, the sugar beets and that refined cane sugar. So you eat this sugar, and remind you when it's
guys, I gotta take a very, very, very important call. I'm gonna be away from the phone. I'm gonna be away from the computer for about 15-20 minutes. Y'all stay with me. I'm definitely gonna come back and break everything down as best that I can. I do remember some of what he was talking about from last night, so I'll still be able to tap in. But I want you guys to just give me a minute, and I'll be right back. It'll be about 20 minutes, guys, 15 minutes. I'm so sorry. I don't have anybody up here to help me host this, but I definitely want to continue on. So, yeah, let's go.
Simple. It goes straight into the bloodstream. It doesn't require digestion from the small intestines where a lot of the work is done. It goes straight into the bloodstream. So that amylase, I believe it is, that enzyme that breaks down that glucose and fructose in the food that you're eating in your mouth, it goes straight into the bloodstream. It then begins to go into your gums because you have 4 parts of the teeth. You have the pulp, which is the nerve, okay? You have the dentin, which covers the pulp. Then you have the enamel, all right? And then you have the cementin on the bottom, all right? So what happens is when that sugar penetrates, it goes straight to the nerves. It goes straight to the veins, all right, in the face. This is why the face looks old. This is why the face begins to wrinkle. Because this poisonous toxic sugar goes straight through the bloodstream inside the face, which then turns what? The brain absorb it. It bypasses the blood-brain barrier. This is what's deep. Now, this is why you have to pay attention, because as we've said all that, we have to say this: when these sugars are produced, it's a very important oil, a holy oil that the body produces called sebum. I'm pretty sure you heard of this. The body produces something called sebum. Sebum, 60% of sebum are made up of what they call triglycerides. All right, the tri is the 3 fatty acids. The glycerin is like this sweetness, it's like a sugar. Okay, so the vast majority of your sebaceous glands are on your face and on your scalp and on your chest and your back. This is why you have breakouts when you get this sugar. Okay, because the sebum your body tries to make the sebum out of the sugar you give it. But the sugar, in the way that it's formed, only feeds fungus and bacteria, because why? Dandruff is a fungus. But remind you, they just rename it something. When it's on top of your head, they call it dandruff. When it's on your feet, they call it athlete's foot. When your baby gets it, they call it something else. You see, they just rename the same organism. But this organism then feeds off of you, because the sebum, or the protective oil that you're making, is made from toxic and poisonous sugar that only fungus and bacteria can feed off of. Oh my goodness. This is just deep. This is just deep, all right? You see what I'm saying? I was just checking the chat. I'm checking the chat because I want to see what y'all thinking of this information. My 6-year-old watch is also scored in the top 10 percentile in the nation. Go ahead, then, Letitia Taylor. Yeah, tell him we out here. We got our young ones, these indigo babies, kicking tail. All right. All right. So yeah, this is what's up with it, Riz? A supernatural channel, Riz. Shouts out to Riz. You know, he always be repping the channel and stuff. So shouts out to him. I'll say she's going to be a major in biochemistry. Well, then go ahead then. Yeah, because we got to know. Like I said, I got to know, because there's been a lot of lies told around this dinner table tonight, but that you can believe. Okay? So we're not done yet. We're not done. We're just, I went off on a little tangent. I wanted to go because we're finna show you. Y'all think, like I said, it's so fun because people be thinking I'll be reaching. That's why I love to do this, because brothers like, man, it's still, hey, well, that signed a little bit. Yeah, you showed me the molecular formula. You showed me that, obviously testosterone and estrogen or estradiol is made up of carbohydrates, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. But I still really don't believe you. Is sugar really that potent? Is sugar really what you're talking about? It is. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's make sure this is the one. Okay. Now we're about to get a little adult here. This is just an adult article. All right. So I'm just gonna prove a point to y'all. Don't really too much pay attention to the article like that. All right. I'm just here to prove a point. You know what I'm saying? Sovereign say a lot of lies. They've been telling a lot of lies, right? All right, let's go to this article. Okay, women can squirt and ejaculate. Here's how to tell the difference. Thank you, science. Thank you, Calvin. You're welcome, Stephen. Okay, the human body never ceases to surprise us. This is why it's beautiful. In recent years, scientists have unearthed even more interesting facts. For instance, did you know that women can not only squirt, but ejaculate too? Okay, let's keep it simple. We're here to learn something, right? We're here to learn something. Now, it is true what a lot of men were thinking. Well, just to give you on the sidebar, it said while it does contain ejaculation fluids, it's very minimal because squirting is essentially watered down urine, according to Dr. Rachel Winston, a sexual health practitioner. So all of the women out there saying that they do that, that's watered down urine. But what is female ejaculation? All right. It says, unlike squirting, female ejaculation, on the other hand, is much thicker and appears milky, almost resembling the male semen. The fluid is also expelled from the urethra during arousal or orgasm. Scientists studying the fluid have discovered prostatic acid phosphatase, PSA, an enzyme that is present in male semen. It apparently assists in the movement of cells, most likely sperm cells in this case. Furthermore, the female ejaculate apparently tastes slightly sweet since it contains fructose, a type of sugar. I am killing you niggas. Listen. Both the PSA and fructose are believed to come from the Skene's glands. These glands have different names too: female prostate, periurethral glands, Garter's duct, and yes, the G spot. Okay, so we ain't got it, but see, we're about to go. We're about to go somewhere else too with this, just to show you. I'm finna show you how impactful this stuff is, right? I'm finna show you how impactful this stuff is. Watch this. Watch this. I'm finna show you how important this stuff is, man. I'm finna show you how important this stuff is, why they've been hiding this from you, because they got to adulterate the sugar. That's why they put sugar in everything to control your hormones, which in turn controls your sexual reproduction, which in turn controls your sexual health, which in turn controls your metabolism, etc. This is why you see heavy set people, they don't use the energy. They don't use that energy that they've stored. Those are all hormones that you see packed into them, ready to deliver messages that shut the body down. Okay, that's one thing that you have to understand. Now, hold on one second. We're going to pull up this. Yeah, some of these articles were just ridiculously, the titles were just crazy. But it's not. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to this article. We're going to go to this article where it's going to, just in this guy who his title was just ridiculous. But it's by Jerry Kennard. He published it on September 4th, 2023. Medically reviewed by Jamin Brambart, MD. Okay, this Very Well Health. Okay, so I'm finna show my screen. Share my screen, rather. Okay, the seminal fluid itself is composed of fluids from 3 organs. The Cowper's gland, this pea-sized organ, secretes fluids that function as a lubricant and helps neutralize acids to keep sperm cells alive. Okay. Then you have the prostate gland. This walnut-sized gland secretes fluids that keep semen in a liquefied state while providing nutrients and enzymes that nourish and protect sperm cells. Then you have the seminal vesicles. These are a pair of tube-shaped glands that secrete fluids rich in fructose, a sugar used for fuel. Did you guys just hear what I said? Did you guys just hear what I said? You see what I'm saying? You see, these are a pair of tube-shaped glands that secrete fluids rich in fructose. Okay? And so this is what's so profound about these things, brothers and sisters, is that when you start to recognize all of the language that the Blanca was using in movies and television and stuff like that, and in news articles, and like, oh, aphrodisiacs, and he was talking about fruit, and you hold up a strawberry, because remind you, the technical definition of a fruit is the female ovary of a plant. The technical definition of a fruit is the female ovary of a plant. Now think deeply about this. Why is it that for sexual health, your health in particular, the very most important food you eat is the sexual organs of a female plant? For health, for good health, they recommend a diet rich in female ovaries from female plants. Are you walking with me? Okay, so this sugar, this sucrose, nature's sucrose, this combination of fructose and glucose is the sugar or the nectar of the gods that your body uses to not only maintain health, but to reach optimal levels of health, to reach optimal levels of spirituality, therefore giving you this, without a shadow of a doubt, the idea that the bridge from the natural to the supernatural is the natural matrix. Water and sugar being an extremely important part of that equation. Water and sugars being an extremely important part of that equation. So when we take a look at some of these things, let's first of all dispel some myths. Let's first of all dispel some myths, brothers and sisters. Let's first of all dispel some myths right quick with this article. And then, we're going to go off into talking a little bit about it. And I want to interact with y'all in the chat to see what you thought about some of this information. But, I got a couple more things I want to show, but I want you to also get an opportunity to see exactly what I'm talking about in terms of these mythical fruits and vegetables and stuff. Hold on. All right. So this one is 7 foods developed by Native Americans. All right. Now we ain't gonna get into piss contest about who these people were and whatever like that, because we know the Blanco ain't gonna tell the truth in that regard. But let's get into this article right quick just to show you what I'm talking about. 7 foods developed by Native Americans. These dietary staples were cultivated over thousands of years by indigenous peoples of America. All right, so let's go down. When Christopher Columbus reached the Americas, he hoped the land would be rich with gold, silver, and precious spices, but perhaps the New World's greatest treasure was its bounty of native food crops cultivated for millennia by indigenous Americans. Okay? They go on to say that a lot of domestication and breeding that resulted in today's major food crops, the important initial work was done by indigenous people, says Jules Janik, an emeritus professor of horticulture at Purdue University. That was their contribution to world agriculture. Okay, so you got maize. We know that's corn and all that different stuff. All right. That was grown by the Mayas, the Aztec, and the Incas. The heck? That was the maize that was grown by the indigenous. So you got to understand, this is where they make a lot of the high fructose corn syrup. You make that high fructose corn syrup from corn. Corn makes a lot of different sugars and stuff. Okay. So I think that's also where dextrose, the artificial form of glucose, comes from that they feed you in the hospital. It's made from corn. This is why corn is a heavily subsidized crop. All right. This is why the corn had to be controlled in Mexico. You wonder why they had a problem? They can't let you control the very food staples that can turn you to gods. This is why the indigenous, we know a lot of our people live over there in Central America. They had to replace those natural food powerhouses, or that energy that transforms your plasma into godlike material. They had to take control of it and replace it with artificially and genetically modified foods. Okay, because this is not a hard thing for us to do to take it to the next level, brothers and sisters. All right, so we know potatoes. Okay, tomatoes. This one was real interesting. It said the flavor packed tomatoes of the New World began as wild blueberry-sized fruits in South America that were first domesticated in Mexico about 7,000 years ago. All right. It says that the Europeans were slow to adopt the tomato, which is related to the poisonous mandrake, a fellow nightshade. It took centuries, for example, for the tomato to become a staple of Italian cuisine. It wasn't until the late 19th century that Italians began eating pasta with tomato sauce. But see, you like we said again, you think the block will come up and everything. Now that we see they took these fruits or these ovaries or these sexual organs and sexual energy and made it a part of their staples, they become the face of these things. You see what I'm saying? Look at chili peppers. It said the oldest name for chili pepper, capsicum, Anum has been traced to Proto-Otomanguean, a language spoken 6,500 years ago in central eastern Mexico, believed to be the site of the first domestication of wild peppers. But it was the Aztecs who gave us our name for the spicy fruit. Peppers are fruit, calling it chili in Nahuatl. Columbus called them peppers because the spice reminded him of black pepper. Okay, so once again, like we said, even the
all right, guys. I know that wasn't as long as I thought it was going to take. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I am back and just wanted to make sure to let you know. Tuned in. Let's go.
Food, being adulterated in terms of the names, because this is what they do. They change it. They got you thinking that when you're eating grains, you're eating grains. When we know that rice, when we know that quinoa, these are all seeds. This is what he does. He calls you. He got you thinking fruits are vegetables, vegetables are fruits and shit. He got you all upside down. You don't know where to go.
Upside down and inside out, like the whole world.
Go him renaming stuff. Of course, you got cocoa. So we went on that. We did a video on cocoa and stuff. So we don't have to go extensively.
Like north is south and south is north. That type of shit, right?
Because it's going to be some timely information in that regard.
Let me check in with my chat.
That will help to accentuate some points that I'll make in that video. So I'm saving cocoa for another time. But one thing that we got to realize what we take from this video, we got to understand obviously the power of water. Whatever that you can do, always making sure that you consume the most powerful and pure water that is available to you. They don't know what it is, brothers and sisters. And since you're 70% of this,
70% water, energy, just like the earth again.
70% of you is not known. You can determine what you are. You can redefine yourself, but you have to redefine the energy around you first.
What we say all the time.
The sugar. We know that the sugar is what? We know that the sugar is actually the hormones now. Not that they turn to fat, then turn to hormones. We see how it's an integral part in our reproductive functions and our reproductive abilities. You see what I'm saying? We see now that this sugar is responsible for the motility of the sperm. How just a difference in a couple atoms or so is the difference between testosterone and estrogen.
That's right. That kickoff of that.
This is how critical sugar
is.
How when you take it in first, as you chew it, it goes straight into your bloodstream and your teeth. That's why a lot of people have bleeding gums. They brush their teeth, blood all over the place.
Yeah.
The body tries to just do away with that toxic blood. Because that sugar then enters the teeth, and you see how Americans, they spend millions upon billions of dollars in oral health, dentists and all of that different shit. They're not gonna tell you the truth. They're not gonna tell you that this sugar just don't sit on your teeth and you brush it away and you know what I'm saying, gargle some damn mouthwash and it's a wrap. No, it done entered your bloodstream. It's entered your bloodstream.
Danger.
So it rots the tooth from the inside out. How many times have you heard somebody, or maybe you've experienced yourself, you've just been eating, the tooth just cracked? No strength or integrity to it anymore. From the inside out.
From the inside out.
Because he has you perplexed as to how to even consume this energy, what the energy is. And remind you, it's not.
It has to work from the inside for destruction, right? Things are internally done to cause wreck and havoc when it comes to anything physical, spiritual, mental, right? So to decompose a body, the structure to go from the inside out would be the best way to decompose the body. So the blending of false sugars that are not the true crystallization, and they have the cube. Listen, I told you guys this before. Anything that has a cube shape, there's an issue. Because of the pyramidal structure that we have in our water molecules, there's a pyramidal structure. So when you have things that you consume that are cube shaped, there is alchemy behind that. We've discussed this many a times. Pay attention.
Oh, I can quit sugar. No, you can't. The body runs off of this fuel. The body runs off this fuel. And understand this too. We are called, and I've told people this before. I've mentioned this a million times. I've talked about this in my book. You know what I'm saying? And I want you guys to understand this. We are called, not by me, by their science. The carbon-14 group, the group that me and you are from, are called the crystallogens. We're called the crystallogens, carbon, silica, germanium, tin, lead, that carbon-14 group. We're called the crystallogens.
This is the brother. Listen, fire. I definitely put his channel in there. I want you guys to subscribe. Maybe people came in a little late. Anyone that came in late, here's his channel is here. Let me try and pin it. It's not his channel. Damn, I just put his name in the name of the video. I meant to put the channel. Hold on, let me put the channel in there as well. This is the video that we're watching. This is the name of the video that we're watching. The name of the video is It's in the Water. He did a whole series. This is like part 2 or 3. I just happened to catch the brother live last night. I'm like, who is this brother? Popped up on the screen. I was actually just relaxing. I was tired. He popped up on the screen and he was live. So I jumped in the chat. The brother, as soon as I jumped in, he was going in. It was a little bit before this part. So I think he was talking about the hydrogen molecules. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this brother is so on point. I said, brother, you straight fire. I said, we need to do a build together. Someone get my I sent my email, and then I went in the chat as well, and I told him, I'm like, brother, it's only been 5 minutes and it's nothing but fire. Like literally, the brother was just spitting, and I was amazed because y'all know I get excited when I find people on this frequency because it ain't too many, and I love it. So I definitely am wanting you guys to make sure that you subscribe to the brother. This is his channel right here. This is the young man's channel. Please go subscribe to him because when I say he fired, this is his name, Haru Heinous. You guys know with that name, he's more like on the Kemet stuff or whatever. But when it comes to him talking about those type of things or whatever, since you guys are aware, you can just try to eat the meat and spit out the bone. But when it comes to this health stuff, the brother on point. The brother on point. I'm subscribed. I'm gonna hit subscribe and all because I never know what he's gonna go into. And what's crazy with him going into this stuff, as I said, going into the Henrietta Lacks stuff, the golden blood, which is the golden cells, which is, man, he got a good fan with me. So let's go. Make sure y'all sub to the brother. He got like 600 subs. He don't even got that many subs. How he ain't got over 1,000? I'm like, bro, you need to come do a build with me. We got to get you up over 1,000. This info need to be out here. You doing the work. And I can appreciate when people doing the work, when they trying to make sure we on point. You feel me? Let's go.
So why do you think that they would not go so far as to put these crystals, modify the salt and the sugar, these crystals, when we take them in? Preventing our body from making the right messengers or chemical hormones to create and maintain balance. So that in turn becomes the foundation that is laid, so that we have an opportunity to reach the highest level of enlightenment once and only once we understand that the bridge from the natural to the supernatural is the natural matrix. That is what you need to know. Yeah, we say, Red saying it's time, perpetual fountain. I'm telling you.
His channel is not platinum and gold.
Taylor says science and literal, relatable terms. That's all. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Shelly, you said his channel is platinum gold. Is that the name of this channel? I don't think so. Hold on, let me double check. Let me look on my thing. I want to make sure I'm giving the right info. I put the channel link there, but his channel is called something else, I think. Unless I'm wrong, you could be right, sis. Y'all know me. I just found the brother, so don't get it twisted like I know it. So let me figure it out. Hold on. I'm gonna double check. Sis said that his channel's name is Platinum and Gold. Oh, this is why. You know what? I am so silly. Let me see. Let me find it real quick on my phone, guys, because I gotta verify. Because sis just put me on Platinum and Gold. So he's in my chat, and I subbed to him, right? So yeah, the brother usually be in the chat, Platinum and Gold. Let me see if I see. Let me put it in Platinum and Gold. I don't even see it in my thing, and I'm showing it to y'all. That's so crazy. I swear YouTube be hiding stuff. Platinum and Gold and Gold. Let me see. I just want to make sure. Platinum and Gold TV. No, that's not him, sis. See, that's not him. That's not him, sis. His channel is called. Hold on. Let me just go out real quick and see it. Haru Hain. That his name. It's in I put it in the chat. I thought I put the right thing. I'm not tripping. This is his channel's name right here. I just showed you guys the channel. This is the name of the channel. His channel is Haru Heinous. That's the name of the channel. The name of the channel is Haru Heinous. And the video that we're watching is called It's in the Water. Haru Heinous, It's in the Water. It is not Platinum and Gold TV, sis. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me see. Yes, everybody, please go subscribe to the brother. It's 50 of y'all in here. At least 50 of y'all need to sub. 50 of y'all need to sub. The brother is fire. I love him already. My first video and I'm hooked. So yeah, y'all already know. Make sure y'all go sub up to him. Yeah, that's okay, sis. a lot of people that have great information. Sis said, shit, he talking about that platinum and gold. That must be platinum and gold. I know that's right, sis. Put the correct channel out. You gotta put, okay, yes, I did. Okay, I'm still up, y'all. I forgot. I'm back. I'm in the back chat. Okay. Yes, everybody subscribe. Haru Heinous, the brother, fire. We love him. Make sure y'all support him. And let him know Sister Soul sent us. If y'all catch his live, say Sister Soul sent us your channel. She wants you to do a bill with her because I definitely want to do a bill. Platinum, here you go, brother. See, they thought it was you. I'm like, hold on, he be in the chat. Is that him? I didn't know that was him. I know I'm sub to him. That is so hilarious. You hear me? Bro, say, wait a minute, it's a sub to me too. Definitely sub to the brother Platinum and Gold TV, guys. I am sub to him as well. I'm definitely sub to him as well. We got to support the people that be putting the info out, y'all. We love it. We love it. Definitely, says you already know. Bro, say, y'all a mess. He said, y'all a mess. Yes, bro. We got you too. We love our folks. Y'all know we in tune. We on the vibration. We on the frequency. We all got to be in and supporting each other. Make sure that we are supporting the real and the true in our community, y'all. For real. Make sure y'all hit the brother. Go right to his channel and sub as well. Platinum and Gold. Sister said Platinum and Gold. Yeah. Much love, bro. You already know. Come on now. So yeah, let's get it, y'all. Let's finish with this intense, great information the brother dropped. It's almost over, guys. I'm gonna get into a couple other things. And yeah, let's go.
That's what we trying to do. Sister Soul Main Radio
Yeah.
says last 5 minutes I heard was fire. Oh, of course. Appreciate that. Sovereign says we missed you. I missed you too. I'm telling you, I missed the FOF squad.
So he must have had a channel too. Hold on.
Right.
Maybe he had a channel and they took his channel, guys, because you heard the chat. I didn't even know this last night they were saying this, but in the chat they were like, "Oh, we miss you, da 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 da." Unless he maybe just haven't done a live in a while, so he may have had another channel. Just to clarify, if you guys are familiar, let us know. We might can even find it. He might have other additional information. I never get tired of learning, and especially when information is confirmed. Y'all see everything this brother, put a 1 in the chat if this brother ain't confirming everything Sister Soul be telling y'all. Please put a 1 in the chat if y'all with me. 2 if y'all not seeing the connection. And 1 if y'all seeing that this brother confirming everything the sister tells y'all about plasma, about the plasma in our blood, about igniting the crystals, about it bursting the crystals. Yo, come on, y'all. This is why I'm in love with this brother. Look,
Yeah, so
I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Is extremely important. So you say, okay, well, blood type and all that, so how does that affect me? What should I do? Okay, and this is not medical advice, Screw Tube. We're not trying to cure, prevent, or diagnose any disease. We're just having a conversation. You see, and so my thing is like one thing that I had to tap into. I realized that I had to think about what fruits did I like. I'm not really a big fan of pineapple. I can live without bananas and stuff, especially we know that bananas are number clones, right? They don't have any seeds. All fruits bear seeds. You're supposed to have seeds even in your bananas. Okay.
Do y'all know, remember last year I did a build? I know I'm off topic. Here I go again. I did a build last year, guys, and I told you, oh my God, I found bananas with seeds. I have not seen seeds in a banana since I was a child, literally. I have not seen seeds in a banana since I was a child. So you know that you're not eating real bananas. Anyway, they should be purple or a different color if to get a natural banana. Just keep that in mind. So I have found them, and it's very rare. It was there were some bananas that came out of Mexico, and they were actually with seeds. It was amazing.
But so I don't really do the bananas. I found out that I love plums and pears. I love those.
The baby ones
you
be
see
real
what I'm saying? And it gives me a sense that I'm full
hate
too when
pears.
I eat enough of them, especially when I drink my pure water, because now that water is able to interact in pyramid form.
Okay. And I told you guys before, what's the best form of getting natural H3O? I put it in his chat. He may bring it up. I think he did bring it up. The H3O. The H3O is a component of the true water that frequencies the plasma. So the plasma and drawing in the H3O, which was the natural water, which is the living water, which we talked about in those springs that they were talking about in the book the other day. Oh my gosh, if we can go there and just get us a gallon or two, shit, we could heal some things from the inside out, believe it or not, right? So that water, the H3O, is different because the H2O, which is the water that is composed to go against us, it goes against copper rust in water in H2O. In H3O, it does not because there's a different chemical component. Let's go.
Okay, with the crystals.
Because you are crystal.
And the water carries this heat. Because remember, your body got to be at a certain temperature to make these chemical reactions for them to take place. So this is important. So when we have the right crystals, that lock and key system is operating on full on nuclear power. We're unstoppable. See, this is why.
Put his other channel in the chat, Cherokee, please, because I haven't seen this brother before. Literally, I just ran across the video last night for the first time ever. I've never seen him. And I hear them saying, we miss you, we miss you. So he must have had another channel. Sis said he does have another channel. Sis, drop it in the chat if you can, babe. Go grab it and put it in the chat for us so we can make sure we sub up to the brother. I want everyone to be in tune with the health information. The guy Yaki, I've seen a video or two of his, but for some reason, I must spell his name wrong. I cannot find it. If anyone has his information or channel, Yaki, he's a health guy. I know everyone knows who he is, but I cannot find his channel. I don't know if I be spelling it. They just don't want me to find it or what. But if you can, put that in the chat as well, guys. Let's go.
I tell you all the time, it's like when we make ourselves, one with Mother Earth and the energy that's surrounding us, it's easy to go to the next level. Even if you're just light years beyond what you were before, you were lethargic, you didn't have energy, you really couldn't sleep. You see what I'm saying? Your brain, your thoughts couldn't be collected. You couldn't remember things. Dementia seems to be, for a lot of people, they get scared of that, right? You're walking around looking.
Just to clarify, I'm sorry, guys. The most highest form of H3O, you guys want to drink cucumbers. I've told you guys about making living water. You can create your own living water. Get a gallon of distilled water, add a half of a cucumber, add 2 full lemons, and about 6 leaves of mint. The full leaves. You can get fresh mint leaves from any store usually. So you'll put about 4 or 5 mint leaves in there. You'll cut up 2 lemons, slice that up, put that in there, and put either a half or a full cucumber. A lot of people don't really care for the cucumber taste. I love it. It's very refreshing because it's H3O, I would think. But when you put the cucumber in there, if you do like the taste, I would suggest putting the entire cucumber in there. Do not skin it. You want to clean it. You want to get organic and you want to clean it. You want to set it in vinegar and water, a quarter cup of vinegar and water to cleanse all of your vegetables, your fruits at all times, guys. That's so important. You can also use a little bit of baking soda to create the pH balance and remove chemicals and things from it when you're cleansing it. Then you will cut it up and put it right in there. The skin and all, including the lemon. You're going to cut up the lemon. You want the lemon skin, everything. So you're just going to cut it up, put it in there, let it sit so it can absorb it. My suggestion is to put it out in the sun. When you're putting it out in the sun, it actually helps with the molecular structure of the water. It actually helps more so in developing the H3O and the molecules so that there are, life-giving molecules in that water. You can actually talk to it. You are healing water. I'm creating you for the healing of my body, mind, soul, spirit, whatever you feel is necessary to make that even better. I suggest using big gallon mason jars. You can purchase them on Amazon. They're not that expensive. And putting your water in there out of a plastic bottle. Let's go.
Keys in your hand. You're just not aware half the damn time. Your brain feels foggy. All these things are related. Not to mention, like we talked about, the behavioral expressions from a lot of people. You're like, man, these people aren't changing.
It's the same time. Okay.
We just say, that's just, And what's coming up? Devil's Night. Do you think it's just by chance that the night they give away this poison? Thank you. Devil's Night?
Thanks, T.
Do you think it's by chance that the night they give away all this poison, they call it Devil's Night?
Halloween, Devil's Evening, Devil's Eve. It's literally Devil's Eve, guys. I'm gonna do a build on this before we do the book drop that day for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, here go Yakis.
Yeah, it's Sister Soul Main Radio said I had some bananas from Mexico. First seeds I've seen since a child, right? They not gonna give you the seeds because the seeds represent life. The seeds represent life. Remember, I told you like brown rice. Rice is not a grain, it's a seed.
Right.
You can plant brown rice
And grow
in the ground, and a plant will come out of that.
And mind you, guys, you can do that at home, right? You can look on Amazon. They have sacks. They have growth sacks. They're black sacks with handles. You can put your organic soil. You want to use organic soil. You can use your organic soil and you can set it out and you can actually grow rice. You can grow turmeric. You can grow ginger. All you want to do is put it slightly under the soil, keep it moist, and you can grow these things that are very good for your health and healing, along with most herbs. Herbs are so easy to grow. You can get these satchels and you can sit them out where they're in the sun and be able to get this. These things you can do to create your own organic healing. Let's go.
You see the seeds in strawberries. All fruits are supposed, but notice since they can't take the seeds out of strawberries, if you look it up, strawberries are some of the most contaminated fruits on the face of the earth. See, if you are look, they while we were looking, they took them out of grapes.
Good idea, sis.
And then they're still selling grapes like organic. You must know that anything considered organic, brothers and sisters, is still a highly processed food. How do we know this?
Right.
Because we know natural food has to be canned or frozen. Other than that, it's radioactively decaying, or in nutritionist terms, it's spoiling. Okay? So they know for a fact that anything that sits on the shelf, that can sit on the shelf for longer than a week, a month, that food is deadly. And they can slap an organic label. I don't care what they made it with.
That's right.
It doesn't have a life force in it. You see what I'm saying? So we have to dismantle this. We have to first recognize it can be hard to get off the crack because they say, oh yeah, sugar is worse than crack. It's even worse than that because people can live without crack. You can't live without sugar. Every organism on this planet survives off of glucose.
That's right.
Plant blood is what's running through your veins. What the plant does is take water, carbon dioxide, and sunlight and makes this powerful chemical called sugar. Ain't life sweet?
Ain't life sweet?
Ain't life sweet?
Yeah, I remember that.
And you have to take that sugar in so that you can maintain balance and also make sure that you continue to open yourself up for the opportunity to reach the highest level of enlightenment. That's what's so deep about this, brothers and sisters. When you now recognize, like, man, every time I go to the grocery store, every time I put something in my mouth, you now know why that you may have dental work that needs to be done, or you can't stop certain things from happening, or your face dries up and you start to see dandruff build up, or scaly skin, is because that bad sugar, that toxic sugar, goes straight into your bloodstream, start to interrupt your neural network. Obviously it starts to disrupt the balance of the skin because it interrupts the formation of what we know is what's called sebum. The sebum can't be made properly. So instead of sebum being made properly and being at the right pH where it can fight off bacteria and fungus, look up. Sebum is your first line of defense, brothers and sisters.
That's right.
That's why lice can't really exist on our head unless our sebum is messed up.
We
secrete that oil. The black people know our skin is oily, but we never knew what type of oil it was. And some of us have heard of sebum. And do you know what's so deep about sebum? Sebum are made from what's called sebocytes. These sebocytes, you know what they literally do? After a week of building up, they literally commit suicide just to provide you with the oil that coats you to protect you.
That's right, brother.
Some entities, some energy in you are all about sacrifice to ensure that you stay alive long enough to reach the highest level of enlightenment. That was their job, their only job. Think about how deep that is. This is just deep stuff, brothers and sisters. That's why I said we have to. This is why, we have to put a considerable amount of effort into understanding the things around us. A new fundamental approach, one in which we don't look at water the same, under this illusion of intelligence like we know what it is. Because mind you, we told you, just because you can name something does not mean that you know what it is. Obviously, that's the furthest thing from the truth. It's the exact opposite. It just gives you this idea, yeah, I know what it is. You know nothing about it. Because if you knew something about it, you'll be one of the brightest minds on planet Earth, and they'll be offering you not only Nobel prizes, but your ass to be somewhere in a government agency either working for them or against them. Okay, that's it. And the sugar they recognized they had to manipulate. You see what I'm saying? In order to get you thinking like, oh, well, okay, my hormone levels are off. So as you get older, you recognize that you keep taking in this sugar and your body keeps putting on this fat, which they tell you makes your hormones. And then by the time you're 40 or 50 years old, they're like, oh, you're going through menopause or you're going through male menopause. Your body's breaking down. Of course it's breaking down. Of course it's breaking down. So let's look. Let's look. At some of the. Oh yeah, and Riz brought up Canada. Yeah, that yeast. Yeah, definitely feeds on. You know, a lot of people have candidiasis. You know, that yeast or fungal overgrowth. You know, and it becomes toxic, especially when it starts to get through your system. Because see, you know that some of it is natural and necessary, right? This is what they call your biodome or your gut, right? Now this is, and that's why I say this is really important, because we walk around and we act like it's our cells. You got to remember, like we said, everything feeds off glucose. So they'll tell you, you share your gut, you share your body with other organisms. You got billions of organisms that live on your skin. You got different type of bacteria and fungus and viruses that live in your gut that helps you digest food. There's good bacteria and bad bacteria, as he claims. Right? So you got to understand this. When you're taking care of your body, you have to understand you're running a kingdom or a queendom.
That's right.
That you have to keep these entities in check, because you're either feeding yourself or you're feeding them. Once again, you're either feeding yourself or you're feeding them. So when the doctor says, oh, well, okay, you may have cancer or this, that, and the other, or you have an overgrowth somewhere, we have to realize that where did that overgrowth come from? Because we know we're not feeding the body. We're not feeding the body. We're feeding other organisms. So when we take a look at what it requires or what it takes and say, okay, well, yeah, do I have the power? Do I have the the willpower to deny myself those toxic things, those poisonous things? Just think about what it is.
Willpower.
And know that now you know that if you're feeling upset, your
He
body.
said, do you have the willpower to deny these things? How many times do we talk about the will of life, right? That will that turns within you, that helps everything to move, gives the energy and the force, which is what? The energy that comes from the plasma light, which is the life, right? So now we're thinking about the energy in the blood and the will of life to keep turning, to keep turning, the will of life to keep turning. These things are needed or necessary for the biochemistry in your body, everything that happens within you.
Going to start to fine tune itself now. Start to figure out what fruits align to your blood plasma or your star line. Because remember, your bloodline is a sugar line.
Because you are a star seed.
Which in turn is a plasma line, which in turn is a star line, or you are a star seed. So remember, this food is being grown by a star you call the sun. It's a star food.
Y'all know that soul tribe. Y'all know that soul tribe, right? You're connected to the gods because you're with the sun children of the sun. Those that came from the soil, those are from the earth, the ones that are the organic or orgone energy that the sun gives off for photonic energy that actually settles in the soil, that same energy that settled in the soil of your mama's womb to bring you here, right? Where you landed, that star seed, right? Let's go.
And they knew this, so this is one of the reasons why they had to put a concerted effort for to adulterate the foods, and then also simultaneously put out information that made you think that it was just something simple. It's just But in his labs, he called it monosaccharide, disaccharide, polysaccharide. And there's also a study called carbohydrate chemistry, which is a subdiscipline of chemistry, where he knows that these sugars or these crystals bond together. And how do we know this? Because carbon only bonds in a formation called diamond cubic. It only bonds in crystal formation. That's the only way carbon bonds. That's the only way carbon bonds. So when we tell you the carbon people, you're made of these crystals, You're called the crystallologists for a reason, brothers and sisters. All this reaching out, trying to get other instruments and stuff. No, the Most High gave you exactly what you need. Remember, the change comes from the inside out. We've discussed a little bit of this in the previous video. This is how you do the inner work in order for you to resonate and open yourself up, because we know we see people, they talk about all this stuff, but you got to quiet your mind, you got to meditate. How can you meditate, quiet your mind, and do all these things when your body is running on fraudulent energy?
That's why you have to be
You got a
balanced,
vehicle.
balanced,
If
and
the vehicle
cleansed.
says put unleaded in there and you put premium, or you put, you know, super unleaded or whatever, you put diesel in there, is the car going to run right? It only takes one type of fuel. Can the heart run right? Can the blood run right if it only uses glucose? And you throwing dextrose and maltose and all other type of
All
sugars.
that
That
shit.
motherfucker got about 20 different type of sugars he throwing in your food.
Fact.
And you're creating your hormones off that food. So then you're like, man, I wonder why my body's all out of whack. I wonder why I'm not repairing myself as fast as I used to, because it's not getting those signals. And those signals are coming from what produces those signals.
So what are we talking about? The GMO sugar that is what? Like GMO light, GMO crystal light, like crystal light, right? GMO crystal, right? In the formation of sugar. It's a GMO crystal, which comes to go against the crystal light body, the crystal line of a false ascension, which is what? Christ-like, crystal, Christ, light, radiant. What have we been talking about, guys? When I tell y'all this shit always come around, I hope y'all seeing this, right? The light, right? The sugar that he's speaking of, right? That is a false light. That is like radium or radium. It is a false crystallization of your body, going against the proper alkaline, going against the organic original sugar. So now there's the false GMO sugar that is radium, the false light, the same thing we keep talking about, guys. Crystal light. Why do you think they always pumping you to put your children on cereal? Oh yeah, good breakfast. Just give them some cereal, a whole bowl of fucking sugar. And then it's in milk. The milk, which is also lactose sugar. A whole bowl of sugar. Then they go to school. Oh, the kids acting up, they acting crazy and shit. Damn, well, shit, you just gave them a bowl of damn sugar. What did you expect for this child? Right? Let's go. We almost finished. I want to keep going.
Which are usually the endocrine gland, and like we said, other organs that are not a part of the endocrine system, like the liver, like the kidneys, like the gastrointestinal tract, like adipose tissue. These all participate in creating hormones. Remember, we told you that vitamin D is not a hormone, it's not a vitamin, it is a hormone. It's produced by the kidneys. Vitamin D is not a vitamin, it's a hormone. But if the Blanco told you he was putting hormone D in your orange juice, if the Blanco told you he was putting hormone D in your milk, you probably wouldn't drink it, would you? So think about this. He calls hormone sugars, he calls hormones vitamins. He don't care as long as you're confused, because he's the author of confusion.
Oh, I gotta pull some videos up. Hold on, or this to show you some shit, some craziness, right?
This is that's why I say this is just, you know, it all boils down to us recognizing that you know, we have to just take these, you know, bigger steps in terms of you know, watching what it is that we put in our mouth, especially knowing that when those things break down, usually a lot of these sugars and stuff don't get the opportunity to make it to the small intestine to be separated. And then for the most part, a lot of people don't even have the enzymes anymore to break those sugars.
Right.
When you start having a
Everything
hard time eating the things that you used to eat, that is a telltale sign that you may not have the enzymes necessary or the electrical force to break those things apart. And you'll send hormones, but they won't be able to do their job because they don't possess the energy to do it. Remind you, the blood has to, remember, the endocrine glands secrete their hormones in the blood. But if the blood doesn't work right because it has no energy, how can the hormones get to the cells?
It has to have the proper
flow.
flow.
Then these brothers like, well, it's
Neurons, electrons necessary.
We don't know what it is, or we don't have no idea. I think it's high cholesterol. I believe it may be that you may have too many HDLs or LDLs, low density lipoprotein. Shut your mayonnaise speaking ass up. You're lying your ass off. That's what you're doing. You're lying your ass off. So when we get our water and sugar right, we're that close to getting our plasma right. You know what? You go into the hospital and everything low, they'll shoot you up with a fluid. Like I said, they'll put dextrose in it when your blood sugar's low. They'll pump you up with the very thing that I'm telling you to watch for as you go into these grocery stores from here on out. To watch for when you fix your meals and stuff like that. Trying to do the best that you possibly can in terms of shifting from the artificial matrix to the natural matrix, where the vast majority of the foods you consume have that electrical energy, or star food. Because our object is to eat to live, not to live to eat. We got other shit we trying to do. And I know that's hard, because trust me, like we said, FOS Squad, we walk in this walk together. Everybody's gonna make mistakes. You're gonna have times when you trip up, but now you know. If you want to sit back and say, you know what, I just want to revamp my entire life, you know exactly what to do. And remember, it's not about, oh, I got to quit sugar. You can never quit sugar. So get that out your head. It's not about quitting sugar. It's about what type of sugar you're consuming. It's not about trying to drink all of the types of water. It's what type of water that you're consuming. Or excuse me, it's not about drinking a lot of water. It's what type of water you drink. Because, you know, I drink water, I get bottled water, I get this, that. No, stop it. You test those waters, man, they're not even drinkable. They're not even drinkable. So he knew if he took the water out, you wouldn't be able to make proper blood. You knew if he contaminated.
I'm sorry, guys. Just to verify, not only cereal, but I see the brother said oats is and grits are the best thing to eat. Mikey, please don't eat grits. Grits have been proven to help the male testosterone turn to feminine ovaries, the testicles. I'm sorry. In the frog, they did a whole study, corn and grits. What it does is it does something to the system where it goes against the male to start putting in feminine hormones. The grits and the corn grow feminine hormones in a male body. Grits are the worst thing for our people to eat. I'm sorry, grits and corn. Corn is artificial. Corn is not maize. They try to make you think, oh, corn, that's our shit. No, hell no. Corn is not our shit. Corn is derived from some GMO. All corn is GMO. Maize is not GMO. That was originally ours. Maize. They try to make you think that here go that blending shit. I be telling y'all, be careful of the blending. Be very careful of the blending. You got to do some research on this shit, right? Because maize, which is from our ancestors, is not the same thing as corn. And grits definitely are very harmful to us. All right, I'm gonna show y'all something after this. Let's go. We're almost completed with this video.
The sugar or adulterated it or genetically modified it, you wouldn't be able to make the right hormones, and the hormones you were making were sending the wrong signals. So when you feel your mind like, man, I'm
more
young, and that's what you want to send your signals out to your body, like, I feel young, send those signals out. The body like, well, you didn't make them type of signals.
That's right.
I'll show you what you made. Let me show you what you made. Let me show you what materials you gave me. You let
the link for anybody that want to join.
They come with some plastic and paper, and then you get mad at what you're looking at is because the materials are off. This stuff is majestic energy, bro.
Majestic, magic,
it is
sorcery.
Majestic energy.
Y'all know it.
That's what it is. So I'm gonna take a look at this chat.
Oh, you ain't say nothing wrong, bro. You ain't said shit wrong. I just want you to know. Shit, leave that shit alone, bro. That's all. Leave it alone.
I definitely appreciate y'all showing up and showing out too. Because it's gonna, you know, like we said, we definitely gonna, man, I'm telling y'all, this right here is going to be a phenomenal journey for us all, because we're gonna start to, you know.
Okay, he's actually gonna get into the chat, but I want y'all to hear this song. Hold on, y'all. Let me get to it.
He dies here today, Mom.
Exit.
Because you are not the one sending the signals. Just like a pregnant woman, when she gets ideas about what she wants to eat, sometimes she eats stuff so weird, she don't know
rolled oats, not oatmeal.
So we have to be, you know, tapped into our body to that degree too as well, and not allow the Blanco to have us eating things that will, you know, degrade the body, that will degrade the mind, and that will ultimately take away our opportunity to reach the highest level of enlightenment. So I hope you enjoyed yourself, brothers and sisters. We got a lot more powerful information coming along, but I said all that to say this. Who is God? God is the judge.
Exactly, sis.
And why is she the judge? Because she decides who wins and loses.
Mother
Earth. My opponent.
That's right, brother.
Who is my opponent? He doesn't exist. He is merely a dissenting voice to the truth I speak. FOF squad.
Ah, bro, you don't know about Genesis, huh? Genes of Isis. You said they don't say that in Genesis. Genesis says all the plants I give for thee to eat and for meat. Yes, exactly. From the God, right? Which God, brother? Are you aware of which God they're talking about in that Bible verse? When we were talking about Genesis, do you know Genesis is genes of Isis? Everything we're talking about, this goes against us. This is radium, radium, the things that are in the fertility God and praising of the crystalline of false crystal light, Christ light. Jesus Christ, like for real, brother. Oh my gosh, I don't want to get into that. That's a whole nother subject. Let's go.
This is DJ Work Gas. Work Gas. All the hottest artists on the planet. Team up. Heinous here. Because I'm gonna let you know. If you're in the water, you're gonna die. Illuminati die.
Hey, hey, you ready for war? What's up, bro? I'm with you. Who ready for war? Now, Miss B. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all scared. Y'all scared. Y'all ain't getting with me. Hey, what? He said his click don't play. He probably in the range getting game with his penny. Y'all, let's go. Let's get into this. Watch this, guys. I want y'all to understand. We're finna look at the promotion of this sugar shit. I'm gonna show y'all this quick clip, and then we're gonna get into this next one. Let's go. Check this out. And look who they targeting. The golden one.
A leprechaun. Catch him. Catch him. Catch him.
Look at this shit.
Catch him.
They always catch me. Cause I'm as green as the clover hat marshmallow.
Oh, lucky. We're getting closer.
They always catch me. What if I had a new great green clover? I'll blend right in.
Oh, lucky. We're getting
Look who they
closer.
targeting.
They always catch me.
We're taking your ass serious.
They're always after me, Lucky Charms. The trees never stop.
Got that right,
All right,
Lucky.
babe.
Marshmallow
I'm
power.
taking that for
Don't
the
be locked.
Right.
They're always after me, Lucky Charms. The trees never stop. You can double your luck with Lucky Charms. Part of a nutritious breakfast. They're magically delicious.
Y'all see this shit?
Part of a nutritious breakfast.
Are you serious,
Catch a
bro?
pack of Lucky Charms. Charming. Catch a pack of Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms. Catch a pack of Lucky Charms. Charming. Catch a pack of Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms.
Save the rainbow. It's as colorful as marshmallows in me, Lucky Charm. Keep rainbows from fading away, fading away, fading away.
There's Lucky. Catches Lucky Charms. You just ran out of luck, Lucky. Ran out of luck. A little luck and a pluck. Got him.
They always catch me.
We gotta find Lucky. Gotta find Lucky.
They're always after me, Lucky Charms. The trees never stop.
Got that right, Lucky.
Marshmallow power. Double me luck.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're always after me, Lucky Charms.
Whoa.
The trees never stop. You can double your luck with Lucky Charms. Part of a nutritious breakfast. They're magically delicious. Part of a nutritious breakfast. They're magically delicious.
nostalgic favorite, monster cereal. Now, I'm not trying to be an OG monster cereal fan here, but man, do I remember having these back in the day.
Watch
They were
this.
such a
Watch
treat and
this.
something I didn't get very often. In fact, I had them so rarely
Crazy.
that after a while, my family stopped buying them and I completely forgot they existed for years. Until I saw a box of Blueberry in Target not too long ago, and the memories came back. Blueberry was always my favorite, and actually, this nostalgic memory reminded me of something else I had seen on the Lost Media Wiki in passing before, which is what we're going to talk about now. And
Look,
guess
watch
what?
this.
It's
Watch
a
this.
commercial, which makes it even more exciting, as I've really been interested in Lost commercials lately. Like I previously mentioned, Blueberry is one of the monster cereals that
Halloween.
comes
Look
up
at
during
this.
October
I'm
and
sorry,
dates
wait,
back to
I gotta say this.
1973.
I'm sorry, guys. I want y'all to watch this whole thing. Damn, I don't went. I was at the middle. I gotta go back, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all finna see this shit. But listen, listen, y'all. Remember, damn, I lost my whole thought just that quick trying to see why I was way in the middle of the damn thing. But when it comes to the Halloween, that's what it was. The Halloween thing, right? Crystal, the sugar, like we were saying, remember going around collecting, like, ooh, Halloween, Halloween. That has to do with the witches and spooks and goblins. This is all Satan worshiping, guys. This shit is crazy. My mom didn't let us go out. We didn't do that. I know in Chicago, it was kids that like them bit down into apples and had razor blades in them, all kind of shit when I was a little kid. And my mom never let us like go to this to do that type of Halloween stuff. You know, I can remember going like to churches. They would call it, I forgot what they call it. They'd do something just for the kids, but we would go to those things here and there. I used to take my kids to the ones at my church here and there, but all that trick-or-treating out in the street, trusting the next somebody putting some shit on my kids' stuff, I don't think that's a good idea. But they promote Halloween all the time, right? Because why? The sugar, think about what we just understood. I hope you guys understood it very well and understand that everything that I be saying, Lord, the ancestors is no joke. When they bring it, they bring it. You hear me? When they bring it, they bring it. Because this info that the brother just shot out was like so fire. I couldn't even broke it down like that. Like for real. The girl was just sitting there like, oh yes, I'm a big fan right now. Subscribe, all bell button, that type of shit. You feel me? So now when it comes to the vitamins, the vitamin D and milk, right? The vitamin D and milk being that it's lactose, right? Which is what? Sugar. So then the cereal, right? They had that cereal and then they put it in a bowl of cereal. Now you got double sugar, right? Now Halloween, thinking about all the candy, there's associations of things, right? The candy in association with everything that we understand about the sugar and the Q being a spiritual crystalline that is a GMO radium, just like the radium and radium I'm always telling you guys about, that is what? That false energy, the false Christ, right? So that's the same thing when it comes to this candy and stuff they promote. Now they're associating the devil, which is the witchcraft and sorcery of all this shit with the sugar, right? Because it is part of the same thing, right? It's the crystal, the sugar. They promoting the sugar. They want, it's like a surge of it. They like demons is coming out. So the candy bring the demons out. The candy bring the spooks out. Why is candy and Halloween associated with this evil? Y'all, I don't want to keep talking, but let's just watch this. Let's go. Marsh the Mellow. Yep. Hit it.
Well, it's that time of year again.
I like that.
When the sun starts to set at 4 in the afternoon, retail stores start putting up their Christmas decorations, and I begin my winter hibernation until spring. We must be in October. And in October, people love to look forward to Halloween
You remember,
at the end
sis?
of the month,
Yeah.
when all kinds of
That's right,
cosplaying and candy
Chicago.
consumption occurs. Usually,
Yeah.
I'm pretty bad at celebrating the holiday or getting any kind of holiday-themed videos out on the channel. But this year, a series of spooky topics seemed to all come together at once, and I figured it would be a fun change of pace to focus on topics that are largely enjoyed at one particular time of the year. In this video, we'll discuss a variety of scary and strange content from some places I'm sure you've heard about before, but many you haven't.
Now,
So with that,
just to remind you something else too. So now we're thinking about the sorcery, witchcraft, and the spooky. Ooh, it's scary. The witch, the ghost, jumping out, scaring kids and shit. They got these blood and guts and all this stuff be going on, right? Now, when we think about that stuff, and we're thinking about these witches and ghosts and goblins and the sorcery and things that they're doing, right? What about the trafficking? Do you know how many children go missing in Halloween? Do you know on the night? I'm gonna pull it up in a minute too. Do you know that on Halloween there are so many children that go missing during this Halloween time, which is what a sacred ritual time because it's what it is witches day. That's what it actually is. It's witches day. So it is a day of sorcery, witchcraft, and sorcery. Children go missing. They're promoting them with the crystalline, right? Then they're scaring them. What does that do? Scaring the children with what? It would promote the adrenochrome in the blood. Are you guys paying attention? Let's hear this. So the adrenochrome, y'all know in the blood, that is a certain energy that is brought out. So now the sugar with the adrenochrome, with the fright, do y'all see that man, come on, y'all. This shit is so wicked. Let's go.
That said, let's start with the first topic. I can't think of a better way to start off a Halloween Lost Media video than with a topic I've actually seen get brought up more than once, despite how obscure I've always believed it to be. This one might be one of the most well-known topics in the video, as it's related to lost animation, and specifically comes to us from DreamWorks, who have become quite famous for the amount of cancelled and unreleased content in their archives. This is first announced in mid-2009. DreamWorks revealed they were developing a new super secret ghost project with a working title of Boo You.
Boo You.
This early version of the film was much different, with the plot involving a ghost who was bad at his job and must return to ghost school for training. Originally, it was scheduled to release in late 2012, with work reportedly having begun immediately, but updates about the project would remain silent for the next couple years. It wouldn't be until September 2012 when DreamWorks would officially announce the voice cast, including Seth Rogen as the lead character. But this was only a few months before the film was supposed to release. Unfortunately, it ended up missing the 2012 deadline and was then rescheduled for 2015, at this point having taken its new form as Boo in the process. But even this date was missed. The plan was for a June 2015 release, but this was pushed back until September to avoid competition from Inside Out, when suddenly, Boo was removed from release schedules in late 2014 without ever being added back. Rumors began to circulate that the film had gone back into development, but it seems as though DreamWorks actually gave up on the project. There has been a lot of debate regarding its status and how close the film was to completion before it was shelved, but with how long it's been since the film's announcement, it seems to have been permanently cancelled. However, we can gain a lot of insight about it from the content that's resurfaced over the years. This influx of content started as a couple reels of footage uploaded to Vimeo by a DreamWorks animation supervisor, but so much more has resurfaced since then. We have about 1.5 minutes of footage that can be seen on YouTube, some clips being early demos and other scenes seeming to be complete. Some of the musical scores can even be found on YouTube, and there's so many pieces of concept art and renders available on the DreamWorks wiki. And even though the film never came out, it didn't stop DreamWorks from having released merchandise ahead of it, including a how to draw book, backpacks, and a beach towel. Imagine owning a towel from a movie that never came out. That's almost like living in another timeline. It's always a shame when the talent put into projects like this never sees the light of day, as it was originally intended. But I'm glad we can see any content from the film at all. And like I said before, it's a pretty notable entry in the community, with a petition to revive the project too.
It was too
I'm
much,
not sure it'll ever get
Yeah,
that far, but anything's possible.
I
The
bet.
project could see a revival as something else someday, or maybe if DreamWorks needs a new Halloween project. While this next topic isn't exactly spooky, I suppose it airs more on the side of horror, because it's an incident that is really unexpected and remains highly covered within the community for how off-limits the content has become. It's kind of interesting that for the amount of popular content that came from channels like Discovery and History over the years, I don't really see it get brought up or mentioned at all, lost media or not. There aren't really big communities for those kinds of shows that I've come across, like there are for Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon. But I certainly remember watching stuff like Pawn Stars and Mythbusters a lot growing up. They were really enjoyable when you weren't in the mood for cartoons. Though I suppose I'm not one to talk about spreading their existence because I actually forgot that Pawn Stars existed until YouTube started suggesting.
So I just tried to type something in the chat. YouTube wouldn't let me put it, and then I had to rephrase it. But I basically had put the same thing that I had to change it to. I said, "Why do cartoons promote fright in children?" It would not let me post it, so I had to change it to why do cartoons promote fright in children, and take the caps out. Now y'all know I always do caps. So, but yeah, that was weird. I just wanted to say that it didn't want me to put that shit at first.
To me their videos. And with Mythbusters, it was until I accidentally found some of Adam Savage's videos showing some of the creations he makes in his workshop. Actually, Adam's videos were a pretty big obsession of mine for a while, and a year or so ago, I did go down a rabbit hole of a lot of his content, just watching him make all kinds of wild stuff that I couldn't even imagine having the knowledge or materials to put together. I never expected to come across anything lost from his content, but lost media often shows up in surprising places. So while I was watching a lot of his content and rediscovering that Mythbusters existed, I came across an article on the Lost Media Wiki that describes a banned myth from the show that has become rather infamous within the fandom, and actually has some surprising history of its own. Each Mythbusters episode is made up of a couple different myths, and one of the myths tested in an episode of the series went so horribly wrong it was never aired. The episode in question is titled Steam Cannon, which was originally filmed in 2006, and tested the myth about if the cardboard of a cereal box was actually more nutritious than the cereal itself. The myth itself is not necessarily a controversial one, and if you watch the actual segment from the show, the result is a little vague, because a large portion of it was cut. It was revealed years later in a Q&A session with Adam Savage that the original experiment involved 3 test groups of lab mice who would all eat a different variety of food. One group eats mouse food, the second group eats the cereal, and the third, cardboard box pellets. The experiment lasted several days, with it being noted that the cardboard mice had begun acting strange soon after. And eventually, the crew came back to the experiment and discovered that one of the mice in the cardboard group had eaten the other 2. Discovery Channel refused to release the experiment as part of the episode, which is why the segment seems very vague, with Jamie even stating it wouldn't be a good idea to eat the cardboard from concerns about its toxicity. Apparently in the scrapped footage, Adam and Jamie tried to play off the experiment gone wrong as something out of a horror movie, but there was no saving this segment. Even if it had aired in this darkly comedic way, there's no way it would have gotten a pass from the mainstream viewer, and I'm sure controversy would have followed. So it was probably a good thing that Discovery stepped in. However, it goes without saying that this is the kind of thing you'd expect to show up at some kind of behind-the-scenes special or convention. And believe it or not, that actually did happen. Before the decision was made to pull the footage, Adam made a rough cut of the content and stated in his Q&A that it was shown to a Michigan university. Apparently, Discovery found out about this showing and called him up, asking never to show it again, though the details surrounding this are not documented. The Lost Media Wiki article states that Discovery insisted Adam destroy his copy, but that Adam might still have it in his archives, though this is only speculation. Knowing Adam, I'm sure he still has it, but in the Q&A, he did seem to confirm that it's never going to see the light of day. So we probably won't have to worry about another leak, though this might not have been the only time it was shown to the public. I discovered in the talk section, under the Wikipedia article for the season it aired in, there are mentions that the banned clip was shown during Adam and Jamie's live Mythbusters show once in Columbus, Ohio in 2008, and once in the spring of 2006. While I couldn't find any confirmation that these showings occurred, this topic is one of the most popular in the community, so I wouldn't be surprised if it began circulating back then, before it gained the reputation it has now. Which brings me to another point about its context that I think is important to state. While I was researching this segment, I learned that while mice usually live on an herbivore diet, they will eat the bodies of deceased mice. I was under the impression that the mouse ate the other two from starvation. However, it seems more likely that the other two were already deceased, and that's why they were eaten. It doesn't really make it any less comfortable, but knowing how it relates to the habits of mice changes the story a little bit. You guys know how I like to include found media in these videos when I can, and honestly, I can't think of any other time of the year when I could possibly talk about this, so I'm gonna do it now. You also can't really say it's the Halloween season until you see these cereals in the stores, at least for me. Yep, it's everyone's seasonal nostalgic favorite, Monster cereal. Now, I'm not trying to be an OG Monster cereal fan here, but man, do I remember having these back in the day. They were such a
Y'all
treat and
remember
something
this?
I didn't get very often. In fact, I had them so rarely that after a while, my family stopped buying them and I completely forgot they existed for years. Until I saw a box of Blueberry in Target not too long ago, and the memories came back. Blueberry was always
So,
my favorite, and actually,
what were we
this
just saying
nostalgic
about
memory
the
reminded me
cereal?
of something else.
What were we just saying about the cereal and the Fright? And as you guys know, I know you guys remember this. This one, the strawberry one, the cocoa something else. I can't remember the other ones, but either way, all of them, and it's being associated with fright and scare and ooh,
I had seen on the Lost Media Wiki in passing before, which is what we're going to talk about now. And guess what? It's a commercial, which makes it even more exciting, as I've really been interested in Lost commercials
I want
lately.
to show y'all something else.
Like I previously mentioned, Blueberry is one of the monster cereals that comes out during October. It's content from the 90s or 2000s, some of the animation, and replaced the dialogue. Whereas I'll obtain a copy from the General Mills. Since we're in October now, and there's always a demand for obscure topics that not many people know about, I found this one on the Lost Media subreddit and decided it would be a good fit for this video. I couldn't find any other mention of this online, so it seems to be one of those topics that wasn't documented very well, and probably went under the radar right after the promotion was over. I guess unless you were interested in the George W. Bush presidency, or were researching Halloween-related content on the government website, you probably wouldn't have ever come across this on your own. This was a thread created only a few days ago by Frederick the Gate, and discusses a promotion the White House had on their website in October 2004. To celebrate Halloween, the White House had a dedicated page for the holiday, which included a spooky banner at the top and some Halloween activities for kids on the side. The main event, however, starts with the article in the middle of the page, which reads, "Americans have long enjoyed telling ghost stories. From the ghost of Abigail Adams doing her laundry in the East Room, to the spirit of Dolly Madison overlooking the Rose Garden, the White House has its own legend of ghost stories that have been passed down over the years. Members of the staff who have worked in the White House for many years recently shared some of their stories of strange noises in the White House, sightings of President Abraham Lincoln's ghost, and a Halloween prank by President Carter's daughter. What's cool about this write-up is that it acts as a prelude to the piece of lost media that could once be found on this page. There are a total of 5 videos discussing the ghosts of the White House that were available to view on this government website, but have not been backed up and are completely lost. As mentioned by Frederick in the Reddit thread, if you attempt to download the files from the Wayback Machine, one of them is formatted using Flash, which isn't supported anymore, and the other 4 are downloaded automatically as SMIL files, which doesn't allow the content to be viewed either. The only content related to the ghost stories that can be accessed on the page is an interview by Chief Usher Gary Walters, and can be read in full, though you can also access some of the activities on the side, like the coloring pages. Apparently, the search for these videos has been going on for a year, but has hit a dead end from these technical issues, and I'm sure this kind of content wouldn't be readily available elsewhere online. As stated previously, I couldn't find any other mention of it online, which again isn't too surprising, so this is actually another perfect topic to spread awareness about and help get uncovered. Personally, I've never been that good when it comes to the technical side of recovering lost media like this, So
Yeah,
maybe someone
brother.
out there in the
Are you
Lost Media
listening?
community
Yeah.
can give us a
There
hand.
you go. I know you with me, Hod. You always be with me.
Finally, we've reached the last topic of the video, which might be the best one, as I
Weird.
can't think of
Very
anything
weird.
more spooky and fitting for Halloween than a brand we know so well being adapted in such an off-brand way, and was apparently so successful that the same concept was used for other brands definitely means it's going to need some explanation. A while ago at this point, I was doing a live stream with my viewers and asked for lost media topics that we could look up online and read through together, when someone mentioned a Thomas-related topic that I had never heard about before. I'm not a huge Thomas guy to begin with, but I've heard about a few of the more popular ones in passing. However, this isn't one of those, and seems to be pretty obscure, even to the community. You'll come across an article from the Thomas Wiki, as well as the Lost Media Wiki, that describes a short film produced by Studio Hansa, a British advertising company, back in the early 2010s. The title of this piece is called Thomas and Friends Institute of Innovation, and was commissioned by Hit Entertainment themselves as a pitch to promote the Thomas brand to merchandising partners around the world. Basically, they're trying to sell the license to companies that would be interested in producing products, and used this video as a way to entice those buyers. However, if you actually watch the video, there's a good chance you might be horrified by the content within it. The concept of the pitch involves two scientists working at the Institute of Innovation in attempts to make the Thomas brand more appealing to modern-day audiences,
You see the red cross on the
and try all
damn
kinds of
board?
experiments
Hold
on the
I want to
characters
rewind it. I
to
want
bring them up to date.
I'm talking, so I want
This
to guys. Y'all know I can't help it. I want y'all to see this. Make sure y'all look at this cross on the door. I'm gonna go back to this. Look at him running by in the back with his weird looking ass. But either way, hold on, here we go.
This video as a way to entice those buyers. However, if you actually watch the video, there's a good chance you might be horrified by the content within it. The concept of the pitch involves two scientists working at the Institute of Innovation in attempts to make the Thomas brand more appealing to modern-day audiences, and try all kinds of experiments on the characters to bring them up to date. This includes giving Thomas dangly limbs that shoot out of his sides, injecting Percy with Botox, and giving Sir Topham Hatt steroids to get him in shape and remove his fat gut. When I first saw these screenshots, I really didn't believe this was real, and I thought it was either some kind of fan parody or a hoax that the community had taken as legitimate. But I'm the one who was wrong here. Hit Entertainment commissioned this and approved of it, making it completely legitimate. And as previously stated, this was so successful, the same concept was used in other brand advertisements. Within the various interviews and write-ups about this piece, it's been stated that it was made to be tongue-in-cheek and sarcastic in a way, but I guess that gets totally lost on me. I feel like this is so off-brand, it doesn't give me any idea about what the Thomas brand is about. Though the ad does end with a bit about how future generations will continue to enjoy Thomas in a post-apocalyptic world. So I suppose that does illustrate its longevity as a brand. Despite how bizarre and strange this is, it's definitely something that deserves to be seen. And unfortunately, that's where we get into the lost media of the topic. Ever since the short was created, and in the years following, a variety of content from it has resurfaced, including two 30-second clips that Studio Hansa posted to their website. Art director Gary Roberts confirmed in a 2014 interview that, sadly, due to the confidentiality of the project, everything and what's on the site is as much as we can share about the project, by all means.
The project?
A series of screenshots have also become available and give us those great shots of the strange humor in trying to modernize the brand. But technically, the short isn't as lost as you might believe. This isn't a case of the studio having misplaced their copy, or it was once leaked to the public and now it's missing again. It's actually available for viewing at any time, but only if you're a company interested in the Thomas brand. Despite all the content that's already been put online, Studio Hansa won't show it to anyone not within the industry, which means unless it leaks, we'll likely never see the whole thing. Though this was 8 years ago that the project was created, so I would be interested in hearing from them on
With
what the
the
status of the
craziness
short
on it.
is.
What the hell?
Maybe they
Look,
just
look,
haven't
look at the
updated their
face.
site,
You seen the face
and
on
no
the
one
train?
outside of the industry has asked them since then.
Mm-hmm.
Still, it's a perfect fit for Halloween
Y'all
and a
seen
great
the,
piece of lost media
yeah.
that really embodies the rarity and strangeness that missing content.
Y'all see the locust? Somebody put a 1 in the chat if y'all seen that locust. Who's seen the locust kept crawling up to the train? They showed it not once but twice. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. I'm gonna hold on a second. I'm stretching. Been on here for a minute. Oh, I need that. Okay, so listen. Anybody in the chat? Did nobody see the one? Hides. Okay, thank you, Hyde. Thank you. And thank you for always replying with me so I can keep it moving, brother. So the locust, if y'all can recall, if you haven't seen my video, you can watch. I did like 3 different ones showing the information. Another melanated nation divided, right? It has the information on there about the incubator babies. It has the information about the test tube babies on there. I got all this shit on there. it shows the locust, how they started the experiment, and these people making certain creative radium beings, Luciferian ones, right? So the Raytheon beings that were created in the tube, right? That people be like, oh, y'all need to stop. We all the same. This shit. If you want to be a damn tube as baby, that's you. Stop lying on me. We are not the same as a tube baby. This is a fucking fact. So the babies that they created, right, in the lab, they started using the locust, right? That's why I want to show this right here. This built up. This is a crazy shit. They used the locust to start the experiments to see if they would be able to develop or clone the baby to create the new life. So they used locusts. This is why I'm gonna show y'all again. Who didn't see it? I want y'all to see the locust. So they used the locust. So the Thomas the Train with the orphan train is actually showing or depicting the experiments that they were doing. That's then y'all see when he read the thing that said, oh, we're only showing a few short clips because of the privacy of the experiments. What experiments? What was y'all doing? What do you mean experiments? I thought it was just a cartoon clip. Like, what do you mean experiments? So what would they be talking about, right? Does that make sense to you? Does anyone understand that what they're saying? Like literally, it's a shame. It's what were they creating? What they were creating in the lab, and this was a depiction of that. So, and something that they were discussing was some revealing information. So they was like, "Oh, we can't do this." That's why they can't. Listen, I'm gonna run this back. I want y'all to pay attention now. Let me go back to it real quick and just go back just a teeny bit because I want y'all to get it.
Won't show it to anyone not within the industry, which means unless it leaks, we'll likely never see the whole thing. Though this was 8 years ago that the project was created, so I would be interested in hearing from them on what the status of the short is. Maybe they just haven't updated their site, and no one outside of the industry has asked them since
Hold on. I
then.
want y'all to see the baby
Still,
in the blanket.
it's a perfect fit for how the status of the short
A baby in a blanket. Are y'all looking? And look at the color of the face. Look at the nose. This is a mongoloid, but then they got lips. They got some big old lips. That could be a depiction of our people that they use the genes of to mix with some certain type of mongoloid. I mean, who knows? I don't know what the hell these
Maybe they
doing, but either way, that's what they showing. Yeah. Let me go back again. I want y'all to really see this shit because this is like some real shit, y'all. And this was a hidden, like you said, this was some information they had hidden. Why are you hiding this information about a damn cartoon if it's nothing? Like, come on, stop playing.
And now it's missing again. It's actually available for viewing at any time, but only if you're a company interested in the Thomas brand. Despite all the content that's already been put online, Studio Hansa won't show it to anyone not within the industry, which means unless it leaks, we'll likely never see the whole thing. Though this was 8 years ago that the project was created, so I would be interested in hearing from them on what the status of the short is. Maybe they just haven't updated their site, and no one outside of the industry has asked them since then. Still, it's a perfect fit for Halloween and a great piece of lost media that really embodies the rarity and strangeness that missing content can have for the community. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Be sure to check out some of my other Lost Media videos.
This one
Thanks for
right
watching, and
here.
until next time, Finn.
Let's stop this. Get you going out the way. Go to this. All right, y'all, we about to switch it up real quick.
Why do white people hate black people so much? I have been in situations where I've been surrounded by nothing but white people, and this conversation has come up. The race conversation has come up. And no one ever has an actual
answer
reason
yeah, that
as to why they hate black people. There's always these, oh, black on black crime.
I had a
Oh, they're
conversation.
lazy. Oh, they're this. But it's not actually, there's no legitimacy behind their reasoning. It's just that they've heard and they're regurgitating. And so, long story short, it really comes down to there is no reason. It's a deep-seated jealousy, a deep-seated hate.
You know she getting
that,
her some golden seeds out
black
here
people
at the
exude
braids in.
greatness.
She getting some of that
Black
golden
people
seal,
are the
golden
great
seed,
inventors.
golden steel, huh?
Black people are the beginning of the human race, the Eve gene. And white people have worked so hard to erase the history and erase the greatness of the black race, down to even when things are invented, the majority of
blood
things
on the
that are
bag, bro? I didn't
invented
see that. Whatever you talking about
were invented by a black person. But yet the white race has actually erased the original inventor from history,
bro, for real though.
and have put their names on things that they had no business putting their names on.
Oof. It's weird to be a race that acts inhumane but pushes the narrative on another race. This is one of the many insidious ways white supremacy culture shows up in those of us that are white-bodied individuals. And I say insidious because it's only subtle to us, but very plain to see for Black and brown indigenous people of color. When we're convinced that we are and consider ourselves to be safe and benevolent white folks who don't see color, we are so dangerous. Because underneath all that and color blindness lies some very foundational beliefs about what it means to be a good person in this world. And what do you know? All those characteristics just so happen to look like what it means to be white. We have to recognize that we have been raised in and therefore conditioned to think in terms of a racial caste system. So as long as Black and brown indigenous people of color are able to assimilate into whiteness, they're okay and even heralded as exceptional people. But as soon as someone starts to question things or show that they're not grateful to be an American, we're like, what's the deal? I mean, I know things were bad, but can't we just move on? If you could just get with the program, you'd be accepted just fine. Sure enough, when people don't just get with the program and assimilate into white supremacy culture, they're labeled in all sorts of awful ways that are really just a projection of ourselves. And worst of all, their lives are constantly in danger. So until we do the work of dismantling white supremacy culture within us, no amount of being non will do.
Well, it's about time they start saying it. At least they're admitting it now. They are not saying anything that we didn't know, but maybe now that they are saying it and admitting to this, those of them in the back that have wax in their ear would actually listen, because we know how they are, we know how they get. When we say it, it's a problem. When we say it, they tag us ready to desist. And this is why I liked that in his video, he mentioned how they project a lot, right? Because if you look at how they have historically tagged us, it's insane how, if you pay attention, they are actually talking about themselves. Like when they call us savages, for example, and I'm like, bro, you guys are the ones who went around the globe acting like savages. Now you are calling us savages, like the irony. Or when they call us ready to desist, for talking about racism and fighting against racism. They're like, oh, you are a racist for doing what you are doing. Like, man, you guys are the ones who uplift racism. You have a whole system that backs it up and funds it and keeps it alive and thriving. Hell, you guys invented racism. But the people who are trying to dismantle all of this system, all of this insanity, they are the racists. Or is it when they say, oh, Black people are lazy? You guys did not even build your countries on your own. You guys had to, enslave people to build your countries. You guys sat back and were sipping tea while other people were doing the work, but you want to come out and talk about how these people are the lazy ones. Like, huh? All these Black people are committing crimes. They are criminals. It cannot be you, a descendant of colonizers, saying that. No, it cannot be you. You are descendant from a long line of international criminals. You are a descendant of terrorists. And your politicians in 2023 are international terrorists. They are terrorizing nations globally. But of course, let them tell it. It's Black people or the Mexicans or whoever they want to call the criminals that are the criminals.
Okay, I had to come back in. My thing was acting like really retarded. I don't know what the heck happened, y'all. So let me pull it back up. Okay. Let me take it back a little because I don't know if it was echoing or doing something stupid.
Call the criminals that are the criminals, not them. No, not them. Oh, these people are looting. You see them online talking about how, they call Black people looters. You people freaking have museums. You both freaking have museums where you proudly showcase your looted items, your stolen items. You guys are proud thieves. You guys are proud of your thievery and proud of your, criminality. Oh, these immigrants are coming to our countries. They're crossing the borders. First of all, they don't want to talk about how they've historically been destabilizing those immigrants' countries. They never want to talk about why immigrants are coming into their countries and who's responsible for the state these immigrants' countries are in. Because having these conversations would mean that they would have to admit that they are the ones who are destabilizing the countries of these immigrants, and they are the reason why these immigrants are leaving their countries and coming over to theirs. But I digress, right? They want to complain about immigrants are coming into our countries. Like they themselves are not immigrants, talking about the ones who are in US, Canada.
What's funny is immigrants, right? Talking about immigrants. Y'all complain about these immigrants. The immigrants talking about other immigrants coming in. How the hell you sound talking about whatever? How are you an immigrant on our land and distributing money to other countries that you come from and derive from your family members, trying to hook them up, put all our funding into them? How y'all do that though? And then just like, I just don't get the shit.
Australia and the rest of them, right? Like they are not occupying stolen lands. Like they are supposed to naturally be there. Calling every other groups of people illegal immigrants, like they aren't the first group of illegal immigrants the world ever saw. Oh, they are coming in boats. They are crossing the oceans illegally to come here. Like you guys did not do exactly what people are complaining about right now. You guys literally crossed the ocean in boats to illegally go occupy someone else's land without their consent, without their permission. They didn't want you there. You stayed by force, unalive them so you can take over their lands. Like, be for real. Like they are immigrants talking about other immigrants. How about everybody just go back to their indigenous homes? So European Americans go back to Europe, European Canadians go back to, Europe, European Australians go back to Europe and leave these lands for the indigenous people since, we don't want immigrants here, right? How about everybody go back home? Yeah, let's do that.
We
Let
already
them
with
tell
you.
it. Just let them tell it. They are the saints. They've never done anything wrong.
Y'all done
You know,
stole
all
from
they
us.
have
We
ever
ripping that shit.
achieved, they
Go.
got through hard work. They are
All the shit they done took, right? All they just keep taking and taking and taking and taking. They keep building and building and building and building and moving shit and taking shit and taking shit. All the stuff they done took. Damn, ain't y'all took enough? Y'all ain't done yet. Like, I just want to know how much it takes. Y'all want to keep taking to our shit is depleted and empty of anything. Just like leave us with nothing like y'all started, right? Y'all want us to end up like y'all started. Y'all want us to be you. Going back with the reversal shit. Y'all in this blending shit. Trying to make it, oh, it's the same thing. We the same shit. Y'all can go through it. No, we ain't got to go through shit. Because we weren't born like that. We ain't built like that, like for real. So why do y'all try to put that on us? Anything that is y'all's has nothing to do with us. Out of all the shit y'all done took, we don't give a damn. Certain shit we may want back, certain artifacts, we need our stuff. Like y'all gotta, repair us back to what y'all have taken and get your hands off the rest of our shit and just bounce. It's easy. It's simple. I don't get it. I really don't.
the inventors. They didn't steal anybody's inventions. It's just crazy. Bunch of walking, breathing, bathing. Oh, I don't know about the bathing, but once in a while bathing. So yeah. Just a bunch of living, breathing, water drinking projectors. Good thing for the two people at the beginning of this video who are at least, telling the truth. It's about time they too start putting in this work because they created this insanity. It's only fair that they too should put in the work to dismantle this rubbish we have going because it's quite a sad world we live in. It's quite a sad world we live in. I don't know what the universe had planned for this world, but I know for a fact that this one right now, what's going on, definitely was.
Right, you walk down the street, you see a white bitch, you go clutching your purse, like, oh, it's a thug. Stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. Right. Being free is her birthright. Say shit. What y'all thought? Y'all ready, y'all? Let's go. I got a little more time for y'all. I am enjoying my day. It's been an easy little build right quick because I have been playing a lot of videos. So I haven't done any reading, any of that shit. And I'm going to let the bishop throw down for the rest of this video before we get out of here. I'm just relaxing, enjoying my day. I hope you guys are too. I said, let me call this Sanctuary Sunday with Sistar. Going into the mines, opening and busting down them portals. Y'all know what I like to do. Let's do that. Move that shit out the way. Get out that maze. All in walls of confusion. Let's go kicking that shit down. Bam. Get it out the way. All of that. Get some facts and some light in. Get your crystalline energy going within you. That plasma, that gold you got in your blood. You got blood. The blood is like flowing with gold, the liquid gold. I keep telling y'all the shit. Man, come on. Let's go. Tell them, Bishop. Tell them what's going on.
Not-Ham. Canaan shall be his servant. Let's matriculate, speak Holy Spirit, to over 4,000 years later, to the Acts of the Apostles, better known as the Acts of the Holy Spirit. Acts chapter 17, verse number 30, would be our key verse tonight, ladies and gentlemen. In the times of this ignorance, God winked at it, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent. Let's read that scripture again. That's a powerful paradigm. And the times of this ignorance God winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent. Now let's go back to the body of the text, to the book of the beginnings.
So Dee Dee in the chat, she had put I want to say this because that's crazy, just like it did me earlier. Dee Dee said she had typed freedom is our birthright. They wouldn't let her put freedom is the birthright, so she had to rephrase it to being free is HR birthright. You see this shit? See how they play with us? But I'm gonna say it because freedom is our birthright. You were born into it. What did I tell you? You were born into it. Once you came, you created, you came and cracked that equator. You cracked that shit. Let me explain. You cracked it. You know that equator line that I was talking about comes up the belly, right? That creates as you start to grow in that womb. See, when you came in, you cracked the equator. That's what the equator is. It was that fire, that fire and brimstone that they be talking about, right? The feminine, the finite feminine energy that came through the ionic womb that only you can create, right? So you as the star seed, that energy that I was talking about earlier, that actually comes down from the sun, the organ energy that hits the actual womb, the star seed that you derive from, that was literally a seed from the star. This is why I tell y'all, you are a star seed, because you are literally a seed from the stars, right? So now you came down, boom, you hit the belly, that energy, wherever you felt, wherever you wanted to land at, you know? A spark of energy. Your paternal and fraternal parents, they came together, they had, you know, their time together, and boom, you sparked because you decided to spark at that time. That energy came there. It may have been something she ate. It could have been a piece of fruit, a banana, some vegetable, any of that shit. All of it's the same energy. You could have been a part of, you could have been a fruit, but your mama took you and she ate you, and you was in her womb sitting and became a part of that egg that she has, you know, because the energy, remember we were talking about the energy, how it magnetized. So the energy that your mom had, right? That egg, that cell that's inside of her that she was born with. I keep telling y'all, she was born with it. You know, she's always born with these energies that came from your ancestors that were also star seeds. They just keep developing. We don't go anywhere. We're energy that has always been here and will never go because it keeps transferring. This is what they're trying to stop. They don't want us to keep transferring the true positive energy. So now that cell in itself, right? It became a part of her, and that's that egg that she has and that energy that it magnetized to. So that could have been you. You could have been already in her sac. You could have been, you know, derived from her mom or her great grandmother or whoever. So that could be you, that one of those eggs. You could be that fruit that came and landed and she ate it and it came attached to that egg, and then now you came. Listen, you made the choice. I don't know what happened. Shit, you got to figure that shit out, and why you did it, how you did it, the way you decided to do it. You know, that was your choice. You decided to do that. So when it comes to this, yeah, keep that in mind. Let's go. I'm gonna start talking. Lord, I'm sorry, y'all.
Called the Genesis, the genetics of
Genes
God.
of ISIS. Here come the fake GMO.
Genesis chapter 9, verse number 18. Let's lay apostolic historical foundation concerning the immaculate deception of the Middle East. The immaculate deception of the Middle East. Heavenly Father, Yeshua the Christ, send forth thy truth.
Oh, Lord, Pastor, I understand, but let me just go past.
The mother of his twin sister, Aklima, was not Eve, but was the feminized side of Lucifer as Lilith. But Aklima's father was Adam, but her mother was the feminazi side of Lucifer as Lilith. It's a mess.
That same energy, but it's
Abel's twin sister was Jumela.
Mm-hmm.
Abel's father was Adam. His mother, though born through the womb of Eve, but demonically, supernaturally, demonically, his mother, the mother of Eve, was Lilith. And his twin sister, Jamila, her father was the serpent, but her mother was Adam. Allow me to go through this again. This is the beginning of a historical genetical bloodline of incest. Cain's twin sister, Aklima, this is according to the book of Jubilees, one of the 45 documents that the Vatican system took out. Not just the book of the Jubilees that came through the bloodline of the Jews, 160 to 150 BC, that Cain's twin sister Aklima and Abel's twin sister Jamila. Cain's father was the serpent. Cain's mother, according to the Jubilees, was Lilith. Though born through the womb of Eve, but the bloodline is from the feminazi, or the femininity side of the serpent. Cain's father was the serpent. His mother was Eve. His twin sister, Aklima, her father was Adam, but her mother was Lilith, or the chameleon side of Lucifer.
Chameleon.
Adam's father was God himself. Abel, the twin brother of Adam, his father was Adam. And his mother was Lilith through genetical blood mixing. His twin sister Jamila, her father was the serpent, but her mother was Eve. Adam wanted Cain to marry Jamila, Abel's twin sister. And Adam wanted Abel to marry Cain's twin sister, Aklima. Cain was Rh positive. Aklima was Rh negative. Abel was Rh negative. Jamila was Rh positive. The question we have to ask ourselves, why did Adam want Cain to marry Abel's twin sister, Jamila? And why did Adam want Abel to marry Cain's twin sister, Aklima? Why did Adam want Cain to marry Abel's twin sister, Jamila? And why did Adam want Abel to marry Cain's twin sister, Aklima? It's a mess. So that way, genetically, Cain's bloodline would remain Rh positive, and Abel's bloodline would remain Rh negative. This is the foundation. It's a mess, Pastor Rick.
Let me rewind it.
Of the historical, genetical.
Listen to this.
Blood.
Abel.
Why did Adam want Abel to marry Cain's twin sister, Aglima? Why did Adam want Cain to marry Abel's twin sister, Jamila? And why did Adam want Abel to marry Cain's twin sister, Aglima? It's a mess. So that way, genetically, Cain's bloodline would remain Rh positive, and Abel's bloodline would remain Rh negative. This is the foundation. It's a mess, Pastor Rick, of the historical, genetical
if you guys
bloodline.
Know, he's a Cain and Abel. He said were both were still Rh negative. Rh negative means created in a lab. When you hear Rh negative, that's created in a lab, right? Okay, let's go.
Of 117.5 billion people were born in history, and we're down to 8 billion. Every single individual born in history, 117.5 billion, are interrelated through a genetical sequencing of DNA and RNA because of generational incest. The term incest, from whence we get the phrase ancest, ancestral, ancestor. So Cain's father, the serpent, Cain's mother, Eve, Aglima's father. Listen.
Their incest is derived from ancestral, right? But it's not the same as ours when we go to our ancestors. Ours is on a matter of the our ancestry is related to the cosmos, the astrology era, because of our being starseed. But he's talking about their line. Make sure y'all understand that. He may not understand that either, but I want y'all to know that. Let's go.
Was Adam, but her mother was Lilith, the feminazi side of the serpent.
Right, Hodge.
Abel's father was Adam. Abel's mother, though born through the womb of Eve, but Abel's mother was Lilith because Eve was butt broken by the same serpent.
We talked about that before.
It was a chameleon, both male and female. Male Lucifer,
hermaphrodite.
Female Lucifer or Lilith.
Hermaphrodite.
So Abel's father, Adam, his mother, Lilith.
I can get it.
His twin sister's father, the serpent, her mother, Eve. Thank you, Pastor Sippy. I have to take my time on. You see, why was this information such a threat against the Vatican system? 117.5 billion people born in history, and we're down to 8 billion now, were born through the blood types of A plus, ABO plus and minus, positive and negative, ABO, O, RH negative and RH positive. Every blood type goes back directly to the serpent. The immaculate deception of the Middle East.
The blood.
So Adam wanted
Bloodline.
Cain to marry Jamila, Abel's twin sister. And Adam wanted Abel.
When you think about damn, I'm writing something shit. I'm trying to do 3 things, y'all. I'm sorry. What did he say? I want to say something about. Damn, it'll come back. Oh man, it was important too. Hold on.
To marry Cain's twin sister. At Lima, the twin sister of Cain disappeared.
Wait, I gotta run it back because he wanted something else.
So Cain ended up marrying immaculate deception of the Middle East. So Adam wanted Cain to marry Jamila, Abel's twin sister. And Adam wanted Abel to marry Cain's twin sister. At Lima,
I know it was the antigens. He was saying something about all the blood, right? And all the bloodlines all go back to the serpent, right? So when you're thinking about that, that all goes back to what matter, right? This is why I keep telling you guys about like purifying yourself. You know, you need to meditate, this, and that. The other brother was saying something about that don't really help because of the sugar, but he don't really understand the other aspect. That's another story. But when it comes to that, the whole thing of you meditating and purifying yourself with the sun, which is the golden sun that actually purifies, which attaches and adds on to your plasma. When you're just the same way your body picks up fluoride, aluminum, all these different things that are negative to your body that they put out in the air and the food and the water and shit, your body absorbs those things because they're in the same periodical table, right? This is the same thing with gold because of your blood and your body. So if you're purifying yourself with the same thing that you derive from, which is the gold, which is the plasma inside of your blood, it cleanses. It's an antigen. Remember, I told you it heats up. When the sun is hitting your cells, the molecules in your skin, literally, the melanin particularly, the melanin cells, right? It hits the uromelanin, and once it hits it, it heats it up to 15 volts of energy. Once those 15 volts of energy hits your melanin, and your melanin hits up from the sun's energy, now it starts to oscillate the plasma within your blood. That oscillation continues to move. So now it's going faster. It goes so fast. It goes like over 100,000 miles per hour, right? Literally. Once the melanin heats it up, it is moving like that. So when it starts moving so fast, that serpentine energy that they talk about in the pit of your belly, that dark energy, which is what he said. He's saying, remember, he was just saying that it all goes back, even our blood goes back to the serpent. So the serpentine energy that is in the pit of your belly, it heats up. It starts to cleanse and remove and purify and get rid of that matter, removing it out of the way, taking it and purifying, creating a density in your body, literally, by purifying this shit out your body. Y'all think I'm joking? I'm telling y'all this. So now when it starts to move and it escalates, right? It purifies because it causes the crystalline. I've told you guys this many times. I always explain because I want y'all to really get it. It purifies and it goes through your lungs, and as it rises past through your lungs, it gives crystal. It promotes crystallization in your lungs, literal crystals. This is because you are a crystalline being, going back to your crystalline self because of what? The blood, which is the gold plasma that you are, the life, the living soul of you is attached to that essence. Listen. So now, once it goes up through your throat chakras, then it moves. I'm just using this for example. All that chakra, all that shit, the names don't mean nothing, y'all. So just hear what I'm saying. I just want y'all to get it and hear it. So it goes through the throat. It goes up through your cavity. It hits, boom, the pineal. Once it hits the pineal, that is the bursting of the Christ, the Christos energy that is alleviated by the crystals that you have formulated in your pineal. This is why they try to decalcify your pineal so that it's not able to crystallize and crystalline itself. So now when it promotes the crystallization, this is where you get the Taurus. This is where you get your aura. This is where you get that protection, which is actually those antigens of parasites that you're removing from your body, which is tied to the serpent energy in your blood.
Twin sister of Cain disappeared. So Cain ended up marrying Jamila after murdering his brother and breaking his brother Abel. he destroyed and murdered his brother. You got to understand that the Germanic interpretation for Cain is blood or DNA. The Germanic interpretation for Abel
yes,
is crypt or coffin.
I have it now. Mine's all year round.
Bloods in crypts. So
literally, I gotta say this. Literally, that you said that, brother. That's crazy. I have it all over my body, like literally all of my arms and my legs. And people would be like, "Oh, your legs, you got some nice legs. You don't got no hair on your leg." You know, a lot of women still have hair on their leg, even if it's like a small amount, little small fine hair. And I look, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I do got hair." So I show them. I put it under the sunlight. It's crazy. I put it under the sun, and then they could see the hairs on my arms. You know, because it's there. I have the hair. It's just the thin little fine gold hairs, which is crazy.
The blood, Cain rose up against his brother, the crip, and slew him, and then butt broke him. Well, where did Cain learn that? From the serpent. But he also murdered the crip, his brother, so he could also marry Jamila. Not just Aklima, Jamila, both in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. So the global historical function of the bloodline of the serpent is this. We are eyewitnessing the beginning of World War III through the immaculate deception of the Middle East. It's not called the Far East, neither is it called the Near East.
Period.
It's called the Middle East. Why that term, the East? The tribe of Judah was located strategically on the east side of the tabernacle of Moses. The term east means the right hand of God's favor. West means the left hand of God's disfavor. Judah not only means praise, but Pastor Sippy, it also means to worship. That's Judah. Christ came through the lineage of the tribe of Judah, the root and the offspring of King David. Supernaturally, Christ,
yes, it's in you, bro,
was David's creator. Christ created David because Christ is God. But in the flesh, when God became flesh, Christ was called the Son of David. That's wisdom. So supernaturally, Christ is David's God. Then through the etymology of flesh, Yeshua is the Son of David. Then the term east, from Judah, we go to a strong east wind. When Moses, the prophet and seer of God, the son of Amram and Yoshabel, received the mantle to bring 6 million black folk out of Egypt.
What kind of folk?
I'm not making this a black and white paradigm.
You mean indigenous people?
Let's teach facts. So he brought 6 million black Hebrews out of slavery.
Here we go.
Who were then in Egyptian bondage, the land of Ham, for 430 years. God sent a strong east wind that opened up the Red Sea. If you would write down the term Red Sea and write it rabbinically from right to left, because Hebrew is written from right to left, you get the code for the Jewish term cedar. What's a cedar? In a Jewish home, they would worship the essence of who God is by sacrificing a lamb without blemish.
California, literally.
And to serve each other unleavened bread. Christ, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world, having no sin, unblemished. And Christ, the bread of life, the unleavened bread. The strong east wind came from God's consciousness as he favored the people. As God sent a strong east wind to bring the Israelites, not the Israelis, the Israelites out of Egyptian bondage.
Listen to this.
Then, Pastor Colleen, God sent a strong west wind to keep Pharaoh and 600,000 chariots away from the apostolic church. The immaculate deception of the Middle East. Then we matriculate to the New Testament. Christ, notice, he was born as Yeshua, but his call was to be the Christ. In Matthew chapter 1, Mark 1, Luke 1, Yeshua was born in Bethlehem of Judea, not in Eastern Europe, not in Central Europe, and not even in Western Europe. This dark complected child born in the east, there was a star in the east. And wise men, not three, wise men came from the east. A star was in the east, not in the Western Hemisphere. Listen, the United States, but in the Eastern Hemisphere. When it says wise men came from the east, it could have been thousands, if not millions. So the Middle East today is where prophecy is taking place. Let's get back.
Who prophecy though?
To Cain and Abel.
Who prophecy though? Who prophecy getting taken? That's interesting. Let's watch this real quick. We may get back to the bishop, we may not, but let's go.
The planning process. Kenya was created in 1948. But did you know that when the creation of the State of Israel was still in the planning process, Kenya, Madagascar, and Australia were considered as locations where Israel could be created in? In the spirit of each one teach one, let's take a quick dive into the history of how these countries almost became the promised land, Abina Holy Land, in my new mini-series called The Lucky Ones Who Narrowly Escaped. But sadly, the Palestinians weren't as lucky. Today, we would be discussing Kenya and her narrow escape. The plan they had to locate Israel in Kenya is known as the Uganda Scheme or the British Uganda Program. The British Uganda Program was a plan to give a portion of British East Africa to the Jewish people as homeland. The offer was first made by British Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain to Theodore Herzl's Zionist group in 1903. He offered 5,000 square miles of the Mao Plateau in what is today Kenya. The offer was a response to pogroms against the Jews in Russia, and it was hoped the area could be a refuge from persecution for the Jewish people. Let's take a break and take that information in and put some things in perspective. First of all, a colonizer attempting to give out land that doesn't belong to him. Secondly, it's 1903. Kenyans were still being colonized and enslaved in Kenya, but the colonizers were planning on how to give part of their home to the Jews so they could feel safe and protected, while they themselves, Kenyans, in their own home, were not safe and protected. You see the irony? Kenya gained her independence in 1963. Now, for a second, imagine if the plan to make part of Kenya, Israel, had pulled through. Then the Kenyans now will be forced to deal with a group of people who believe that their Kenyan land is their promised land. Una see how wahala take the start. That exactly is the wahala that is happening in Palestine. Now back to the gist. After Chamberlain offered up plateau the next year, a 3-man delegation was sent to inspect the plateau. However, the observers found a dangerous land filled with lions and other creations. Not be small pits we jump past with this fact. Shout out to those lions and other creatures at there, not too much. Moreover, it was populated by a large number of Maasai who did not seem at all amenable to an influx of people coming from Europe. It don't say where our Maasai brothers and sisters, the peep game they come. Shout out to our Maasai brothers and sisters, please. If you guys don't learn anything today, learn from this part. Don't be friendly with strangers. It doesn't end well. After receiving this report,
Exactly.
Congress decided in 1905 to politely decline the British offer. And this plan is called the Uganda Scheme or the British Uganda Program because Chamberlain saw the Mao Plateau in Kenya while he was passing by the Uganda Railway.
Can somebody stitch this and explain what apartheid means, please? I'm trying to I'll help you out, sis. No shade, no tea to this content creator because I really think she just wants to know. The reason why it sounds so familiar, the word apartheid, and the description that you've been getting sounds so familiar to what happened to the United States when the civil rights era happened, is because it's the exact same. What happened with the issue in Israel is during World War II, after World War II, there were all of these Jews that lived in Europe. They were European Jews. They were not indigenous to that region. They said, okay, well, we need a safe place to live now that, we've been massacred during this Holocaust. And the Western powers wanted a foothold in the Middle East to serve their own interests. So they said, okay, bastardized version is that we're going to go ahead and give you this land. British gave the land to create it, Israel, and it wasn't even theirs to give. And the problem with that is when you give land that people are already living on and had been living on for over half a millennia, aka the Palestinians, there's going to be a problem with that. And they did this based on the fact that they believed it was their divine right through God. God said that they were supposed to have this land and damn everybody else that was on it. Does that sound familiar? Like the Carpe Diem type of deal, the manifest destiny. The reason why colonization spread around the world is because they believed that it was their divine given right, that God said they could have whatever they wanted. They just had to go and discover it. Basically, Israel went over there and discovered the land that the Palestinians have been living on for centuries. Not only did they go over there and discover it, not just say, oh, we just want our own peaceful little plot. They completely took it over. Took it over. And over the last several decades, they have relegated the Palestinians to this small strip of Gaza. It's literally not even 200 miles square wide, and there's over 2 million people. Mind you, of those 2 million people, more than half of them are children or people under the age of 25. On top of that, okay, the reason why there's an apartheid is because they have different roads for Palestinians. Palestinians cannot go and come freely. They have completely blocked them off by air, by land, and by sea from ever leaving. They don't get passports, and if they do get passports, they never get stamped because they can't get out. They have different hospitals. They have different schools. And then the hospitals and schools they do have, they've been bombing systematically. In 2014 alone, there were over 10,000 100,000 of them murdered and massacred. Mind you, remember I said the majority of these people, over half of them, are children. And Israel's known that, and they've been backed by the United States and the other Western colonized nations because, again, they want a foothold in the Middle East. Why? Oil, money, control, Islamophobia, all of that, okay? And that's to be dealt with at another issue. The problem is that there are humanitarian issues going on over in Palestine. Palestine has been trying for decades. They've gone through the international courts. They've gone through the UN. And because the United States is backing them, they know that Israel has been committing war crimes. They know that Israel is guilty of humanitarian atrocities. And they have been. This is a matter of public record. But because the United States backs them, along with Britain and other westernized countries, they turn a blind eye to it. Palestinians are literally denied their humanity, just like the blacks were, and kind of still are. They live in the largest open-air prison in the world. And now they had a small group of Hamas, funded by Iran and the other countries, saying, hey, we'll come in here and we'll try to fight for you because they don't have an army. They don't have anything. They literally got taken over by It's like what happened with the Indians. When the colonizers came over to the United States and they decided to decimate the Native American population based on the fact that God told them that they were supposed to have that land by any means necessary, and the ones that were already there were savages, so they had no autonomy and they were basically seen as worthless, and they were a scourge to be exterminated. That is what's going on over in Palestine, and that's what's been going on. They literally have a two-party system. It was supposed to be a two-party state where they both work together, but Israel, with the help of the United States and other Western countries, has went over there, funded them, and has made the other side subservient. I don't like how they say, oh, well, one side is, they're both doing bad. No, because that implies equality and equity, and Palestine has none of that. They don't have their own army. They don't have their own supply system. They don't even have access to their own water and electricity because Israel controls it, and they've been cut that off. They cut it off whenever they want to. 2 million people relegated into a strip less than 200 miles, and Israel is the one that controls their water, their food, their passage. Israel has always done that. They have been massacring these people for decades, treating them as second-class citizens. When you hear the word apartheid, think civil rights era. And in that equation, the Palestinians are the blacks, and the Israelis are the whites. Think about how history views it now as opposed to back then. Back then, white people really thought that God had given them the right and dominion over black people simply because they were black. The Israelis believe the same thing. Their God gave them dominion over Palestine and any of the land that they choose. Mind you, Israel's also taken up
in mind. How did the people that were alive during that time let all of these things happen? Now it's 2023, and right in front of all our eyes, colonization is taking place in Palestine. It's 2023, and in front of all our eyes, genocide is happening in Palestine. And in 2023, while all of this is happening, we have people who are siding with the colonizers. We have people who see nothing wrong with what is going on in Palestine. We are presently making the history that is going to make future generations wonder, in shock. How did people back then let this happen? They would be asking themselves. That's the history we are making right now. Watching present humans react the way they are reacting right now to the situation in Palestine tells me exactly how all the heinous things that happened in the past was able to happen. I used to think all that happened in the past is not possible that they would ever be able to happen again. But what is happening right now in Palestine tells me that all that happened in the past could literally happen again. And as a Black person, that scares me. It does.
They want to do scare you.
And if you're a Black person, this doesn't worry you.
then you're obviously not
See,
processing what's
Charlie,
going
right?
on the way you are supposed to be processing it.
That's what they want to do.
Because this is 2023. That is
Don't you
happening
scared.
in Palestine right now in
No
2023. And we
vibration.
have phones, we have cameras, we can see everything. There are articles for us to read to see the truth. And people are still so ignorant of what the truth is, and they are following the propaganda and siding with the wrong people.
That's right.
If that can be happening to the Palestine, it can be anybody. It doesn't matter what time we're in. If the powers that be decide that they want to go on a mission, they would go on that mission, and they would create a propaganda and give people reason why they should side with them, and people will. Just like we see people siding with who they are not supposed to be siding with right now, they
Yep.
would side with those people, and history would literally repeat itself. Black people dropping comments like, oh, it's in Palestine. What does that have to do with me? They would not care about me anyways if I was the one in the situation, or if we were the ones in the situation, which of course I get the sentiment. But don't you see that that's exactly how what happened in the past was able to happen? Because yes, people who should care did not care. And now we are doing the same.
I do care. I don't know about
not
others. I don't like
caring.
that shit. I don't like none
And
of
it could be
Fake
us.
ass shit,
And
killing
guess what?
innocent people.
People still
And
would
most
not
of them
care.
are people that they
They
didn't.
wouldn't. That's how history repeats
Literally.
itself. I think it was Mr. Julius Malema that said this. If Palestine isn't free, nobody is free. At first, when I heard that comment, it entered this ear and it came out through the nest, but now that I've pondered on it, I see it now where he was coming from.
Well, they saying,
If what is happening in Palestine can be happening in 2023 successfully, it can happen to us.
She's right about that, though.
Literally. It can.
Literally.
History could literally repeat itself.
Mm-hmm.
And they would be very.
Yep. Good trouble. Pretty much all she said, right? She ain't say a wrong damn word. All right, guys, we're about to get out of here in about 15, 20 minutes tops. And I'll definitely want you guys to hear some of this information on Children of the Sun, going into them, wanting y'all jewels because y'all are jewels, gold, crystal, diamonds. I mean, you full of all type of elements, everything that they keep finding and digging up. That's you. But yeah, let's go. Let's get into this real quick before we get out of here.
The Children of High Sun Chapter 7 The Search for Gold and Pearls Gold and Civilization, 66-8, Turknofio Mining Intlik NRF Foot, June 1st, 68, Old Mines in Pueblo Amich 60-1, Railways, Mink Tills, and
Railways,
Yunlo area,
ancient railways.
61-3, Choice of Self-Element by Pueblo Indians, -I, Inif asterisk Edim Carib.
Maya.
In California, 63-6, Railways and Rains in Mexico, FSIO Caradil Tunlayu. Jafuio in Mexico, 67, Early. Maya Seflaments, 67-8, Inoims MVLPR asterisk in TIC asterisk 3 BUND area, 68-70, Stone Graves in Mound area, 60-70,
Stone
Carrot
Graves in Mound area.
Flood Nui in 3 Benia area, 70-1, Gold Mining in Mound area, 71-2, Naiya Real Carrot if I3 Ind. Area, 72-3, Cause of Distribution of Moyinkles, 74, Mica and Narti in Mound area, 75-6, Remains and Pearls in Oceania, 76-0, 0 DD Mid in USC Land, 79, Pearls, Gold, and Remains JN Exploitation of Wealth of Indonesia, 82-3, Ancient Gold Siang G and T. If asterisk me J Peninsula, 84-6, Pearls in the Kragui Ilrichi PC Dago, 86, Klalia Yaishi I Law Uridiiui. And early mining in South Thurid IA. 87-8, Iron in India, Carat 8, Carat IVA of GH, Thuriad. And remains in South India, 88-90, native gold getting in GIDHOUI, cause of distribution of settlements of archaic Clavilizili Orid 112-3. gh.ilpt.er polished stone, bipitch carat mixed, polysolid stone implements in ancient mines, 94 to 5 carat AII carat gerography AE languages, 95 to 7.
Polished stone implements, right? It says polished stone implements in ancient mines that belong still to your ancestors, huh? Austronesian languages and polished stone implements in Indonesia, New Guinea, and Australia, Oceania, obsidian implements in the ocean, polished stone implements in North America, cultural comparisons that are based on studies on blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going. The succession of cultures, the children of the sun. This is in chapter 10. It says that early kingship, listen, early kingship in Egypt, which we know where, Egypt, it says Egypt and Sumer. We know there's what, all over here, the Incan Empire, the Mayan empires, coming down the lines of the family line. I showed you guys the Egyptian pictures with all of the braids, showing, trying to hide the culture, the American culture with the braids. All the Egyptian culture, we knew that was here. That's why you'll never see them braids nowhere. You'll never see them. I ain't never seen the Egyptian with braids nowhere. They hide that shit. But we had a whole book full of them, didn't we? Okay. Early kingship. Okay. Kingship in Egypt and Sumer, in India, in Istaros, and the Dravidians in India, which is the Indian Ocean. When they're saying that, children of the sun in Indonesia, in Oceania. It says divine kings of the Oceania and the Polynesian myths. It says divine kings of Polynesia, children of the sun in Oceania, early history of Samao, children of the sun in North America, children of the sun in North America. So some of these people that you hear them talking about are still children of the sun in different areas, which are what we all know that they are the same seed of us, right? The original, the ones that have golden blood, the ones that have the old bloodline, right? Okay, early history of North America, the cultural heroes and the children of Indonesia that are children of the sun. It says the cultural heroes in North America, children of the sun in the cultural heroes. It says transition from the sun god to the war god, the coming of the warriors, transition of the sun god to the war god in Egypt and Babylonia, the fall of Babylon, things changing, going into India, gods of the boar neck, and sun gods, war gods of the Oceania. Sun gods of Oceania, which is a landmass at that time, North America, with plenty of islands. Early communities, peaceful, cultural heroes and warfare, spread of the warfare in the Oceania, meaning of the fortification. We can go to chapter 10. Let me see. And read a little bit about North American children of the sun. This thing got a lot of pages. I'm gonna make sure hopefully we can get to the right page. Pull it up real quick. Actually, let's do this real quick so we can get a clear understanding of you being from the actual, the soil and shit, and not being like where you can't be changed. It's still searching. Lord, it's got a lot of information on that. So hold on, let me cancel that because I'm gonna go to this. So I'm gonna say pull this up instead for y'all to get the actual origin. So let's do that. Rulers and the commoners. Come on, find it. Still searching. Yeah, I didn't read that whole thing, sis. To be honest, I browsed through it. Definitely a good story. Sometimes I'd be reading. I had to get out of certain books because I'll go from one story to the next thing, and I'd be in there for hours and hours. It'd be so crazy. But this one has a lot of information. I'm actually going to read some of. Okay, let me see. It's going to be down here. Should be down here somewhere. Hold on. Come on. This internet, look, the internet trying to shut me out. Oh, hell no. Well, don't even try. Wait, wait, wait. Don't shut me down, please. I'd appreciate it. Don't do that. Wait. That's crazy. Damn, what did it do to my page? What the hell? Let me see. I had a search going. What happened with my search? It's tripping. It's acting stupid. Okay. Jeez. Okay. Look, look. That shit crazy. Okay. Let's try it again. Really tripping. Okay. Really? Taking this long? Try it again. They do not want to help me today. I don't know why I'm having this issue just pulling something up in the search bar. That's real crazy. This right here about should I read y'all this before we do that? It didn't even find it. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me try this one more time, y'all. I'm gonna put incarnate gods. Make the searches too. Do that. Okay. Searching. It says searching. Let's see. Okay, perfect. It did get it. Okay, I want to read y'all this before I go to that real quick. Dang, so I was the time going real quick. Hold on. Damn, I can't go up there. Okay, I just want y'all to hear this part. Hold on. Oh gosh. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to respond and stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I wanted y'all to hear this story about this dude with the eating of the mother's head. And then, damn it. Where is it? What page is it? Okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna let this read it. Hopefully it'll read it. This in relation to what we've been going over this week as well. Well, let me write these page down before I mess up page 10. Okay, so let's see.
These beings have not founded a ruling class claiming descent from them, so a direct cult of the sun, as is found in Egypt, does not exist. The cults of these peoples are centered mainly around their agriculture, which is the chief preoccupation of their lives. Certain fraternities among them deal with healing, but the most important deal with the food supply. In this they are acting similarly to the peoples of Indonesia and Melanesia. It is probable, therefore, that the archaic civilization was, in all parts of the region, in possession of a theory of agriculture and of disease that required ceremonies to procure good health and an abundant food supply. Since these people probably brought agriculture with them to all parts of the region, it would be expected that they would teach their subjects, not only the practical methods of cultivation, but also the theoretical considerations underlying the process of getting food, which necessitated the institution of a priesthood. This would make the performance of ceremonial a matter of practical necessity, and the natives, even when the people of the archaic civilization had departed, would tend for that reason to maintain such ceremonial. It stands to reason that the ceremonial was based upon false analogy, and was obviously absurd, but the prestige of the people of the archaic civilization, and the claim of their rulers to divinity, would serve to endow their statements with a glamour that would not fail to impress itself upon the natives. And once such ideas had become part of the social heritage, they would not readily be lost. On the other hand, the loss of cults of sky deities shows that the children of the sun and the commoners were possessed of entirely different social traditions.
Mm-hmm.
Both were living in the same communities, but their antecedents were utterly dissimilar. The original children of the sun carried about with them beliefs concerned with the sky world. They maintained a cult connected with their relatives in the sky, and this cult disappeared with them. After they had gone, the connection with the sky was only maintained for practical ends. Moreover, these skybomb folk differed from the rest of the community, in that they went after death to the sky, while the others went underground or elsewhere.
Yeah.
It therefore would seem that communities ruled over by the children of
ether.
the sun consisted of two entirely distinct parts that had no real connection with one another, either during life or after death. The explanation of this deeply rooted distinction will, it is evident, go far to solve the problem of the origin of the archaic civilization. It must be borne in mind, at the same time, the children of the sun, although they bulk large in the sea of the archaic civilization, do not necessarily constitute the whole of the ruling class. It has been found, in India, that some of the Azura Miling families were closely connected with the Urld, the place so often frequented by the commoners in various places from Egypt to America. Moreover, in Polynesia, the later ruling class was closely connected with the underworld, and it has been claimed that this ruling class has been derived from the archaic civilization.
Aliens, as y'all would
So
say.
it must be realized that the archaic civilization may have possessed a complex ruling group,
It's two
formed of
different
two
people.
or more distinct elements, of which the children of the sun constituted only one.
You hear?
It is with this group of children of
Solid.
the sun that the sky world
Gold.
is associated. The ruling group of the archaic civilization can at the same time be distinguished as a whole from the commoners. Throughout the region it is associated with the custom of mummification, which is practically never practiced in the case of commoners. Eimot Smith, in his Migrations of Early Culture, has shown that mummification is practiced throughout the region. And, although he does not stress the point, it is evident, from his exposition of facts, that this custom is reserved for members of the ruling class. For the commoners, interment is the usual fate. Anyone who wishes to study the matter in detail is referred to Elliot Smith's monograph. I shall content myself here with filling up one or two small gaps in the evidence, and with stressing the relationship of the custom to rulers. It is unnecessary to insist on the practice of mummification by the ancient Egyptians. On the other hand, it was sporadic in Babylonia, which is another token of the cultural difference between the two civilizations. It has already been said that Dravidian India shows traces, more or less definite, of Babylonian influence, but the nature and extent of this influence cannot as yet be estimated.
The labs.
At the same time, certain peoples of Dravidian India show strong traces of relationship with the archaic civilization, in that they still erect dolmens. The problem of the origins of Indian civilization is therefore complex. Although cremation is now so widespread, it is noteworthy that Indian tradition speaks of mummification. Dr. Crook mentions the belief in the possibility of securing the body from decay in the Deccan tales of Chandan Raja and Sadhwa Bal *. In the Vishnu Purana it is said that the body of Nimai, the son of Ikshwaku, the son of Vaivaswata, the son of the Smee, and therefore of the solar line, was preserved from decay by being embalmed with fragrant oils and resins, and it remained as entire as if it were immortal. Registered thus, the practice was certainly known among the children of the sun. Dr. Crook says that in the Mahabharata the body of King Pandu, the father of the Pandava princess, was smeared with sandalwood paste. The Brahmins also knew of it, for Wilson, in his translation of the Vishnu Purana, comments upon the case of Nimai, by saying that he body is usually in a crouched position. When the burial customs of the region are discussed in detail, it will be seen how strong a information is forthcoming for the support of the main thesis of this book. The practice of crouched burial will play an important part in such an inquiry. Registered Crook, copyright 272. /PH Wilson Cook registered 272. Certain Brahmin mummified his mother's body. For this purpose he first washes it with the 5 excretions of a cow, and the 5 pure fluids, or milk, curds, ghee, honey, and sugar. He then embalms it with, I leave out the native terms, agallicum, camphor, musk, saffron, sandal and a resin called cocola, and envelopes it separately with flowered muslin, silk, coarse cotton, cloth dyed with madder, and Nepal blanketing. He then covers it with pure clay, and puts the whole in a coffin of copper. These practices are not only unknown, but would be thought impure in the present day. Aryans also seem to have disemboweled the dead and filled the cavity with clarified butter, but it is not said whether this holds of the rulers only or not. Not only is mummification mentioned in India in the epics, but it was practiced lately in certain places. The Todas of the Niagiris now cremate their dead, but their burial practices were formerly different. An old manuscript, written in 1603, says that they burn the dead body, but it must be wrapped in a veil of pure silk, which they call a todapata, worth 5 or 6 phenoms, and if this is lacking they must wait for it, though it be for a year. In the meantime, in order to preserve the body they open it at the loins, take out the entrails, and cut off the occiput, then they place it in an arbor and dry it in the smoke. A certain amount of mummification is still practiced in Assam and Upper Burma. The Kasai, who speak an Austronesian language, and erect megalithic monuments, preserve the bodies of their chiefs in honey and after a time cremate them, which suggests that the practice of cremation has been superposed on that of mummification. It is probable that this has been very generally the case in India. The Naga tribes perform some process of desiccation. It is not said whether this applies to any section of the community. The Mao are mentioned as placing their dead in a bamboo coffin shaped like a house, and just large enough to admit the body. This coffin is put up in the outer compartment of the house and the body is smoked, the process lasting for from 10 days to 2 months, after which the coffin is taken and placed on a platform. Outside the village, the Tamlu Naga also smoke the bodies of their dead, and then place them in wooden coffins in the forks of big trees. They exhibit signs of a class distinction, for in the case of men of distinction the body is thoroughly cured, the head is wrenched off and placed in an earthen pot. This pot is then neatly thatched with tokapat and deposited at the feet of the tree in which the coffin containing the body is placed. Registered. Mummification is practiced also by the Chin tribe of Upper Burma,
Okay,
the
I'm coming.
Sian and Sak branches being mentioned. The topic of the disposal of the dead in Indonesia is one that J. H. Wilson 387, and 2. Elliott Smith *JD requires special treatment, and I do not intend here to discuss the modifications of mummification that can there be detected. It must be mentioned that mummification of rulers occurs in close connection with the archaic civilization. In Timor the children of the sun were mummified. They were placed, after death, in open coffins in the branches of trees, and only when the flesh is decayed and the remains are reduced to a mummified condition are they buried facing the sun. The chief's father registered here Krut has lately told me that mummification of chiefs is practiced by the Toragia of the Satan district of Central Celebes, a region closely connected with the archaic civilization.
Peace, guys. I'm out of here. I gotta go. I've been way over. I wanted to go into a little bit more this other book with the sun stuff, but I'm gonna definitely have to come back. I'll probably name or title it Part 2 Sun People, and it'll be specific to some other things. We'll just get into it. But peace, love, and bliss to everybody. Y'all have a good one. I am out.